will call the meeting to order. The February 1st meeting of the hearings on resources, recreation, and development bills. Will everyone stand for we salute the flag? Representative Harb, please.
Please join with me in a salute to Old Glory. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Right. First bill on the agenda is House Bill 186, relative to waivers for alternative sewage disposal systems. And recognize Representative Stavis, and I think I would also recognize Representative Sykes at the same time. Representative Stavis, you have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you so much for hearing this morning. This bill was put forward at the request and in consultation with Grafton County officials. Since the LSR was drafted and released, we have learned that there is much more work to be done on this bill. And to fill you in on the details of that work, I'd like to turn this over to Representative Sykes, who is chair of the Executive Committee of Grafton County.
Representative Sykes, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Representative Stavis. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Resources and Economic, is it Economic Development? Resources, I forget.
Let's see, resources, recreation. and
Recreation, that's the
development.
piece I was forgetting.
Yeah,
Thank
there
you.
isn't much in the way of economic development.
No, well, maybe sort of, kind of. Anyways, so I wanted to, because I'm chair of the Grafton County delegation, I've been in pretty close contact and consultation with the commissioners and the professional staff of Grafton County government. And the details of the genesis of this bill was there's a single small company, Woodsville Power and Light, that provides electricity, water, and sewer to the Grafton County complex. Because it's such a tiny company, the rates are exceptionally high. Just to keep your perspective, somewhere's in the neighborhood of about $100,000 a month is what it costs to run just the county complex. And the county complex represents 25% of their business. So it's a really complex issue because Grafton County taxpayers are paying a really serious amount of money. By RSA, Grafton County can look for alternative sources of electricity. That's new developments in the last few years. They can also look for the example of putting in some artesian wells to replace the water. However, under existing RSA, they have to ask for a waiver from the company that provides sewer. That company has refused to decline to give a waiver. Unfortunately, there hadn't been a really great working relationship between the county complex and the company. So that became the genesis of the commissioners asking for this bill to be introduced. In the meantime, and this is the important point, in the meantime, some really excellent conversations have begun. We have learned things from DES that gave us pause as sponsors. We have learned things from the New Hampshire Municipal Association that gave us some pause. And we're both those organizations are talking with the Woodsville Power and Light and also with the county government. And we are making progress towards finding a better solution, perhaps even a non-legislative solution. But I wanted to make it clear that this is progress, not final solution. So Representative Stavis, the prime sponsor, and myself, we are requesting respectfully that you retain this bill so that we have time to continue those discussions and hopefully find an excellent solution for all the taxpayers of Grafton County and as well as the ratepayers of Woodsville.
Any
Thank you.
questions by members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Grace for the Municipal Association. We agree that retention is the best option at this point in time, and that's all I wanted to contribute. Thank you.
And any questions by members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Okay. Is that Tracy Wood? Tracy Woods from New Hampshire DES.
Hi, Tracy Wood. I'm the administrator of the Wastewater Engineering Bureau at New Hampshire DES that resides in the Water Division under Rainey Pelletier. We have provided a letter of concern today. If this bill were to be moved forward, you would see our concerns. We are happy that the bill is being retained while the parties are having discussions, and we have been a part of those discussions, and we hope that they will come up with a mutually agreeable solution. But we do have concerns if this were to move forward. And the biggest is that wastewater treatment facilities are designed for a certain flow and loading. And if you make major modifications to the flows and loadings coming in, that changes the treatment process. And so there's concerns on that level that taking out a major contributor would have a detrimental impact on the operation of the wastewater treatment facility. And in addition, when a wastewater treatment facility is built, you're basing that on a certain number of users, that's the flows and loadings, and then that determines your rate structure. So pulling out a big contributor changes the rate structure, and that puts the rates out on the other users when that entity pulls out. So you'll see that as some of our concerns in our letter. So that's it for today, but thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any questions by members of the committee? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I just want to confirm you agree with retaining this?
Absolutely. I think that's the best path forward, and I'm glad that the parties are having discussions and that we're being a part of that.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Representative Harb.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I just had a question with the idea of the rate and telling people that they can or can't tie in. It's my understanding in Massachusetts, where I work, that if a line is put in the street and under Title V, they say if your system fails, you have to tie in. But they don't, I believe, mandate tying in if your system is still passing. So I'm just confused by why here you set the rate by everybody supposedly tying in. Maybe at some point in 2050, everybody will be tied in, but that really impacts the design of the system? That's what
Yeah,
I'm
yes,
concerned.
yes. So Grafton, when they built the original wastewater treatment facility, Grafton County was part of that design. Now you're talking about adding new users in after the design of the plant. And each plant is built with a certain amount of capacity for future growth. You have to look out when you're designing a major wastewater treatment facility, you have to look out 20 years and what's the growth projected in that time period. In your particular situation, as far as people connecting in, you are correct. So if a town has an existing system and they're doing a sewer extension, not everyone is mandated to connect on, especially if they're extending out and some people are in private systems. They do wait until they fail. And then when the system fails, most municipalities will ask that they connect in. A lot of times sewer extensions are being done in areas where, think about around a pond or a lake, and you have all these individual septic systems, and they've been in there for quite some time and they're all failing. In order to protect public health and the environment and the water quality in that water body, they'll do a sewer extension and eliminate the private septic systems. But in that case, usually everyone's on board because everyone who lives around that pond or water body wants to protect it, right? Because they're using it for recreation.
Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And finally, Kate Hergen from the New Hampshire Association of Counties. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Pretty darn close. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kate Horgan. I represent the New Hampshire Association of Counties, which is all your elected and appointed officials in county government. In this case, we would ask that the committee retain the bill as the parties continue to work towards a non-legislative solution, and I'll conclude my testimony.
Any questions for the witness? Seeing no one, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Having no additional pink cards, does anyone else wish to speak? If not, I will close the hearing on House Bill 186. And next bill is, and we will not have to wait. Yeah, who's that scheduling person? House Bill 205 is in 10:45, so you can now go around and visit, introduce yourselves. Up. got a fair number of people, so. You ready? I'd like to call the hearing to order on House Bill 205 relative to testing private wells. I will call the first sponsor, Representative Muse.
Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me to introduce HB 205 to your committee. This bill actually emerged as part of the work of the Seacoast Commission on Long-Term Goals and Requirements for Drinking Water, which is a mouthful. You have to drink a glass of water actually after you say the whole thing. But one of the things that the Commission is charged with doing is assessing threats to drinking water supplies and also preparing contingencies in case of droughts and other types of emergency, including contamination emergencies. The Commission also monitors the work of different state agencies like the Department of Environmental Services. We actually have a member of the Commission who is from DES, and he briefs us quite frequently on issues regarding drought, contamination, and drinking water supplies across the seacoast. Part of the Commission's work, because so many people in New Hampshire have private wells, has been trying to better understand the level of contamination in private well drinking water. In 2021, one of the things the Commission did was it applied for and received some funding to pay for a pilot program to test private wells in seacoast communities for traditional contaminants as well as PFAS. While the results are really just sort of starting to flicker in from that effort, one of the things that actually surprised us, and to be honest with you, blew us away last summer was a presentation that the Department of Environmental Services made to us. According to DES, New Hampshire has about 250,000 private wells. And so far, out of the 10,000 private wells sampled, 86% had detectable levels of PFAS. And 30% of all the wells tested, that's 30% of the 10,000 plus wells that were tested, had PFAS levels exceeding state standards for one of the four regulated forms of PFAS. That surprised us, and it was one of the reasons why the legislative members of the Commission decided to basically take a look at a bill from 2020, HB 667, which passed in the House and died because of COVID, that would have required that basically would have required private well installers to test for certain contaminants before and notify the homeowners of the presence of those contaminants. One of the biggest differences between HB 667 and the current bill that's in front of you now is HB 667 did not include PFAS chemicals. I'm not 100% sure why the reason for that is, but I think one of the things that's become apparent over the last several years, and I know a lot of this has especially hit folks on this committee pretty hard, the level of knowledge that we have about these chemicals and the dangers that they present is really increased a quantum level since where we were in 2020, which is the reason that PFAS chemicals are added to the bill that's before you today. What HB 205 would do would be to add the four regulated compounds, PFAS compounds that New Hampshire currently regulates, and it would also add any additional. It would also any additional PFAS compounds that DES adds administratively. would actually be added to requirements. And the other part of the bill I wanted to call your attention to is a requirement that if detectable levels of other PFAS compounds are actually found in that community, then testing for those compounds would also be required. This is how we get to things like Gen X in Merrimack, in Litchfield, and Bedford, and other communities that have been affected by Saint-Gobain. Gen X to this point is not one of the regulated chemicals in New Hampshire, but I think the evidence is becoming clearer and clearer that these chemicals are causing harm. And what this bill would do would be to give homeowners who have new private wells installed basically the ability to know what they're dealing with. It doesn't require them to actually remediate the contamination. So we're not requiring that people install filtration systems or anything of that nature. What it does do is it would force pump installers to secure testing, to provide the test results to the homeowner. And it would also require the homeowner, if there are contaminants that actually are detected, to notify anyone who purchases the property in the future that there are contaminants in those wells. So basically, this bill is about helping people understand what it is that they're dealing with. And I think one of the biggest takeaways for us was the extent of the problem. I think we were kind of laboring under the illusion that, well, gee, we know PFAS is an issue in our public drinking water supplies. In my community of Portsmouth, actually all of our current water sources have some detectable levels of PFAS. But for some reason, and it was in most likely ignorance, we just didn't think that the problem extended to that level in private wells. But hearing that 86% of the 10,000 wells that DES has tested also have detectable levels of PFAS, and 30% have levels above the, the New Hampshire's actually very stringent requirements for the 4 compounds that are regulated. Is just a warning sign. And unfortunately, we're not in a position where we can regulate the manufacturers of these chemicals. They still continue to go into the environment. There's a long legal process and lawmaking process involved to actually stop it at the source. But one of the things that we can do is a better job of helping people understand what they're dealing with. And I think that's really the root of what this bill is all about. We're trying to inform homeowners of the situation they potentially face, and then we leave it up to them as to how they want to address it. One of the things that I did want to add is the state of New Hampshire also has a program right now that if detectable levels of PFAS are detected in a private well, you can actually receive a $5,000 rebate from the state for installing filtration equipment to help remove it. So we're currently trying to address this problem at multiple levels, but as you can see, 10,000 wells tested when we have 250,000 wells in the state of New Hampshire, we have a lot of work to do, and there are a lot of people out there who may not know that they're in this situation. So we want to make it easier for them to do that. And I'll answer any questions that I can.
Any questions by members of the committee? Representative Wolf, followed by Representative Darcy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You have 250,000 wells in the state of New Hampshire that exist today. But you're only going after the new wells that are being drilled. Shouldn't there be legislation that a seller has to have or a buyer has to have a well tested? I don't know which side you want to put it on, but you should be going after the 250,000 wells as opposed to the very small number that are being drilled this year. or next year, or et cetera.
Would that be a good idea? Sure. I think one of the things that we're trying to do is we're trying to get a start here, and then depending on where the severity of the problem goes, I think we can it's extend it from there. And if the committee decides that that's something that you would like to do, I think that would be finding a way to, so more people could actually benefit from testing, would be good. I think the situation is that we currently one of the best times to do testing like this, and one of the most necessary times is when people do put in a new well. That's when you really want to know you're putting in you're putting in an entire system. But this is essentially a good idea for anybody to do, and I think anybody who owns a private well in New Hampshire, given the level of natural contaminants, not just PFAS, but things like arsenic and copper and manganese and some of the other things that some of the other people testifying today will tell you about. We have an illusion, I think, that our well water is pure because it comes from inside the ground. But there are a lot of things inside the ground, and arsenic is a big one that can hurt us if we're not aware of them and we keep drinking it. So I think one of the things we're hoping to do is to raise awareness of the situation through this bill, of what our situation is with private wells. And I think one of the things we were very much aware of is trying not to bite off more than we can chew in a first bite. But if the committee would like to bite off a little more, that would be great.
No more questions? Thank you. Representative Darby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So this bill seems to have, two parts to it, right? One is the testing part and then one is the notification part. I actually have questions about both, but I'll start with the second piece, which is the notification part. When I read it, right, I believe I've signed this kind of, notification before in the previous language, but when I read it, the language used is much more alarmist. And the last clause of the existing RSA says that basically there's nothing to require that this clause even be provided, because there's no ramifications if it's not. And so I wonder, by making the language of this clause, I would use the word alarmist a little bit, if people might be inclined to just omit it altogether, since there is no since there is no recourse.
I'm not sure I get the full.
So what I'm referring to is in section, if you look at 477 4A2, which is on line 24 of the last page, right? It says nothing in this section shall be construed to have an impact on the legal validity of the transfer or place any liability on the seller or seller's agent. So basically, it says if you don't provide this notification, there's no recourse. So it makes me wonder if, by making the language, more flagrant, maybe that's too strong a word, that people just stop including it at all if they're worried about it. And if it was toned down a little bit, especially that first paragraph, and you just added the section about PFAS, if it might be more, supported by the broader, realtor community.
I think one of the things that I saw happen with just looking at the history of HB 667 is that the committee did make several attempts the last time to adjust that language. And I think I would expect that if the language that I actually pulled is where we essentially wound up with HB 667. If you would like to make that language stronger, less intimidating, whatever you would like to do with it, that's fine. I think the important thing is that people are notified. In a transfer of property. That's just something that you would want to know. And I remember when I moved up to New Hampshire from my home in Connecticut, one of the things that I had to do was disclose that there had been an oil tank buried in my front yard. I had to provide paperwork around the fact that that oil tank had been removed, and that there was no trace of any petroleum products in the soil or anything like that. So these things are actually, pretty common in property transfers around the country. And given the emerging threat from PFAS, I think this is something that most people would want to know.
For a follow-up,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's not the way I read what this is saying. This is not this is saying these are common substances and you should test your well for it rather than these substances have been found. That's the way I read, lines 5 through 13 on the last page. This is not a declaration of what's already been discovered.
So you're referring to Roman numeral 2, nothing in this section?
No, what you just described was these
all right,
declarations.
well, we're going back and forth on one area. But why don't we try to see if we can't wrap it up? If we can't wrap it up, let's go on to something else because there are a lot of folks to testify that information may come out of that testimony, and then we still have to be able to. We have to then work on the bill, and that could be part of that discussion.
Okay, maybe I'll just move on.
Yeah.
Can I have a follow-on for
Yes.
the first part of the
Yes, you
question?
can.
Thank you. First section of the bill talks about, basically the well driller has to do this testing on the owner's behalf. Have you considered, providing the materials, having the well driller provide the materials so the homeowner could optionally do the drilling or do the testing?
So that I'm sorry, so material so that the homeowners could do what?
So, having gone through this process myself, I know that you can get the materials to have the testing done by the state and submit them yourself, and rather than having the contractor do it on your behalf. And then my question is whether you have considered having the contractor provide, the sampling kit to the homeowner so that they could submit it to the state for the testing rather than submitting it on their behalf and ultimately charging for that.
I am not an expert in PFAS testing, but having dealt with some of those test kits and things like that and other things as a homeowner, one of the things I would be concerned about is the homeowner, doing the sampling from the right place? Is there a particular way it has to be done? I think ensuring that the pump installer is responsible for doing it would ensure that it's done consistently and most likely correctly. I don't think any of us have ever sampled water for PFAS before, and maybe it's easier than I think it is or less complicated. But if it gets to a point where it's something that homeowners can do, my hope would be that more of those 240,000 homeowners who haven't had their wells sampled yet would start to do it. But I mean, these are the things that we're going to need to look at, because the scope of this problem looks, potentially very, very large. And this bill is actually a very, very small part of trying to get our arms around it. Beyond detection, there's the whole issue of remediation. There's the whole issue of health impacts when we don't remediate in time. This is something that we're starting to see in community after community in New Hampshire. And in the legislature, I think one of the things we're able to do is we're able to take a small piece and make something good happen. And I would kind of put this bill in that category. What's a lot harder for us to do is to solve the PFAS problem in one, two, or three bills, and I don't think we're going to get there. But I do think that there are small things that we can do along the way that can improve the situation, help reduce exposure for people who otherwise would have been exposed, and I hope you agree to either give the bill a not to pass recommendation or make a better bill out of it, and then give it a not to pass recommendation. Thank you.
Any other Representative Rung for a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. On page 2, on line 33, when you're adding language relative to radon, you mention how it can increase. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, it's on line 30. You mention resulting in levels of radon that increase the risk of lung cancer and other diseases. But in other areas of that section, when you're discussing PFAS and lead and arsenic, you're not mentioning the health impacts. Was there a deliberate reason for that?
No, I think one of the things that I wanted to do in the bill was to keep as much similarity as I could with the original language of HB 667. So these were changes that were actually made to 667 before it was passed in the House in 2020. If there is, if the committee decided to put information about additional health impact for some of those other chemicals, I think those would be good additions, especially for people who have those chemicals detected in their wells and would have to be notified of them. There's a lot of information on the internet, but there's a lot of power in a notice that can kind of get you started in your search. So bottom line is I think that would be a good addition.
Okay. What follow-up?
For a follow-up?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Representative, would you be willing to work with me on an amendment? Because I would like to have stronger language around lead, just because of what we've seen on the terrible impacts to children and their cognitive development with even very, very small amounts to lead. And additionally, with PFAS, the EPA came out last June with a health advisory of essentially saying it was parts per quadrillion levels. Anything above that is unsafe and has health impacts. So, would you be willing to work with me on an amendment to provide some more informative language around the health impacts?
I would.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Harb, then Representative Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking this question. In your amendments, I'm a real estate transactional attorney. Would you have a problem or a recommendation regarding the effective date? Being in the real estate industry business, I understand the seriousness of all these issues, but I'm just wondering why the effective date wasn't asked for January 1, 2024.
Again, the effective date is a leftover from 667, and I can understand why 60 days might not be adequate notice for the real estate community. So that would definitely be something we could look at in terms of an amendment.
That would be great. Thank you.
Representative Vale for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for bringing in this bill and for taking my question. I'm just looking at on page 2, line 12, where it says Roman numeral 6, failure to test a well or submit the laboratory report resulting from such test section shall be a violation.
I'm sorry, I don't have the numerals. I have the bill in front of me, but I have the online version which doesn't have line numbers. So if you could just tell me the section, Roman numeral section
is Roman numeral 6.
Okay. Thank you.
Approximately 12 lines down.
All right.
From the top, where it says, so my question is about resulting from such test section shall be a violation, and I don't see where that violation is otherwise described either in the bill or in law. existing.
Shall be a violation.
So this would be on the part of the installer of the pump, who did not perhaps,
Oh, fail.
who failed to test a well or failed to submit the lab report.
And your question is does it belong in there?
No, it's not whether or not it belongs in there. It just says here that there is a violation for the failure of the person who we are asking, this bill is asking to be responsible for the testing. And so if that is a violation, then what is the subsequent actions that get taken with that violation in order for the purpose of the bill to be a reality for the homeowner? We're talking about Representatives Hart.
A violation in I know in criminal law is not an offense that actually appears on your criminal record. Only misdemeanors and felonies appear on a criminal record, and I believe a violation would be a penalty of up to $1,000 fine. What I am not 100% sure of is enforcement of that violation, and I think that might be a good question for the folks from DES if they are here to testify to. But essentially the idea is that failure to do the testing should have some sort of a consequence, and it's an effort to put some teeth into the bill, even though they're baby teeth.
Thank you for taking my question.
Anyone else? Seeing no one else from the committee? Okay, thank you very much. Chair recognizes Representative Wendy Thomas. Turn your mic on.
Mr. Chair and members of the Resource, Recreation, and Development Committee, it is a pleasure to be back here. I am Representative Wendy Thomas, representing the town of Merrimack. I'm providing testimony in support of House Bill 205, an act relative to testing private wells. This bill requires the installers of new well pumps test the water for certain contaminants, and it also requires property buyers to be notified of the presence of these contaminants in the water before the property can be sold. Everything on the list on page 2 is known to cause ill health to humans. I'm going to focus on items P, Q, R, S, and T, which are the PFAS chemicals and are fairly new additions to water testing. When a similar bill was introduced in 2020, there was some skepticism about the need for everyone in the state to test for PFAS. Legislators knew that there was a problem on the seacoast and in southern New Hampshire, but they thought PFAS contamination was isolated to those areas. It is now 3 years later, and we know that PFAS is found virtually everywhere. It's near our landfills, our corporations, near airports and fire stations. It's in our bio-waste. It's even been found in our orange juice. What was thought to be an over-exaggeration of health impacts in 2020 has sadly proven to be prophetic. PFAS in our water is not just, quote, an inconvenience. It is a killer responsible for cancers and chronic illnesses, autistic symptoms, learning disabilities, and chronic diseases like high cholesterol and high blood sugar. All of these conditions have been linked to PFAS exposure. PFAS are carcinogenic, hormone and immune disrupting, and health altering chemicals, and to purchase real estate without knowing about their presence in the water is immoral and unethical. To those who say this creates an undue financial burden on the seller, I assure you the cost of chronic illness and cancer is far greater. As long as we have PFAS in our environment, as long as corporations continue to spew PFAS chemicals into our water, air, and soil, we will need to find tools necessary to protect our and our children's health. This bill gives us some protection from exposure to chemicals and substances in our water that are known to harm us. For these reasons, I urge you to support House Bill 205 and to vote at OTP. And I'd also like to add to Representative Wolf's comment about existing wells. This afternoon, you'll be hearing my bill 398, which covers exactly that.
Any questions by members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Matt Mayberry from New Hampshire Home Builders.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, representatives. I'm Matt Mayberry. I'm the Executive Vice President of the New Hampshire Home Builders. We are in opposition to this bill for a few simple reasons. We already do it. In that, in order to get a certificate of occupancy for a new home, a builder and the installer must provide to the municipality a water test, showing a lot of the items that you already have presented here. Out of the 10,000 wells that were tested, of the 250,000 private wells, that's only a 4% sample. And if you look at, and if you sold property, either purchased or sold, on page 1, number 5 is water supply. And letter E, water test. Has the water been tested? Yes or no? Date of the test. If yes, make an attachment. Are you aware of the test results of being unsatisfactory with notations? Yes or no? Are test results available? And what steps were taken to remediate the problem? Page 1 of any seller's disclosure. I'm also a real estate broker and agent for 35 years. So I look at this from the builder's perspective and the realtor's perspective and working for those buyers. What this does with the passage is it places an undue financial burden upon owners who don't already have a problem. You're asking 250,000 people to test their wells. Shouldn't it be the decision of the homeowner? When does government come in and say, we know best? You should do this. And it should do this versus shall do this. The other question I have for you, for the committee, is on page 2, rule number 6I, contaminants common in well water. Most private wells in New Hampshire provide water containing harmful contaminants. So are you telling the 250,000 residents of New Hampshire, your well's contaminated? It's a statement by the state and by policymakers that your water contains contaminants. You did a 10,000 sample of 250,000. That's pretty presumptuous, in our opinion. We already do this, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be brief because you hear from a lot of folks. But the New Hampshire Home Builders, we provide a water test for new wells. We can't get a certificate of occupancy without it. It's already done. Thank you. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Don't go away. Any questions by members of the committee? Representative Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I just want to know if we can get a copy of that application that you sent to the committee members.
Just
also-
disclosure. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You referenced that we already do this. This is already in the law. And if you could tell me where that is in the law, that I can.
It's not law, it's practical. It's in order to get a certificate of occupancy from a municipality where a new home is being built, the developer must provide a water test to the municipality in order to get that certificate of occupancy. And I don't know the law, ma'am, and I can certainly try to find it.
Thank you for taking my question.
Absolutely. Mr. Chair, may I approach the chairman with the
Yep.
seller's disclosure?
Sure. Actually, also, if you maybe just if you have a copy that you could email to the committee on the that would be good. Yeah. Thank you. big one. Thank you. Representative Donnelly and Representative Rum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I notice in section 6, again, it mentions that on line 14, notification required, well water contaminants, radon, lead, and they want to amend to add in arsenic and PFAS. Is that an amendment that is not in the existing RSA today? Do you know?
I know it's not on the existing seller's disclosure that an agent provides to buyers and sellers to complete. That's
Okay.
specifically with those language of PFAS is not on there.
Okay, so the PFAS language, I'm sorry, just real quick, the PFAS language is not added on to that specific form that you just handed to the chair?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Rum, her question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that well water is already tested before a certificate of occupancy can be granted. What are the components of that test? What things are tested in that?
A lot of it is dictated by the municipality, and I can get that for you right away, Representative. But I don't want to forget one of them, so I will get that for you right away.
Okay, is the certificate a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
For a follow-up.
Thank you. Is the if things during that well water testing exceed some acceptable level, what happens then to that? What does the builder do then?
They mitigate it.
I'm sorry.
They would mitigate it.
Okay. And can I have one more?
For-
question?
all right,
Okay.
follow.
And you also mentioned that during the course of a property transfer, the seller fills out a disclosure form. Have there been any instances where a seller misrepresents a condition or states that, oh, the water's fine, it's been tested, when it actually hasn't been tested? And if that's the case, what's the process now that the buyer owns the home and discovers that the disclosure was faulty? How long does it take? What did they have to do, and how long does it take to remedy that situation?
I think that's why God created attorneys.
Oh.
But what would happen, Representative, in practicality is if I'm representing a buyer, again, I've done this for 35 years, if I'm representing the buyer, we're still going to get the water tested anyway. No matter what says on paper. I, as a buyer agent, would counsel my clients, get the water tested, get the septic tested, get all the tests so you feel comfortable. Because water shifts, water changes. Sometime they may have done the test 20 years ago and things have changed. So it's really, for professional real estate agents who work on a seller's disclosure, we work to protect those buyers and the sellers. It helps everyone. But if a seller lies, then that's a whole other legal situation.
Any other questions? Representative McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question.
My pleasure.
So if you do discover problems with those well tests and you do mitigate them, like you mentioned, to what standards do you mitigate them, say, if you discover PFAS, or if you were to discover PFAS in the water?
It would be done with the regulations within New Hampshire Employment Environmental Services, DES. So whatever they put forward, if it was to be mitigated, it would come within those standards.
For the question?
For a follow-up.
Thank you. So can you give an example of how that mitigation might be done? Like walk us through what sort of things might be put in place to correct a PFAS problem if you discovered it in a well, if you were required to mitigate PFAS in a residential well?
I'm not an expert in that field. I don't work in that field, so it'd be inappropriate for me to answer because I don't have all the facts, and I want to be correct when I talk with you.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, could you pick
The next
pick
person up will be
Okay.
speaking to that. It will be
Mr. Kernan, so
Great. Thank
he
you,
can,
Mr. Chairman.
he can tell us all about how to do stuff.
Much better than me.
Thank you.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since you are a licensed realtor, as I understand it, and I think you mentioned that this form that's described in 477-4A is provided to the buyer, and that's the language that's being described here. I'm trying to ask the same question I asked earlier, which is, Section 2 of that says that if this statement is not provided, then there's no legal ramification. Can you describe, are you aware of any cases where this sort of notice was not provided? And if there's, you could see any concern where people might be less tempted to provide this notice if it were not with the language that as it's laid out here?
And I think Representative Ben, I'll take it another direction where I think you want to go with it. Please correct me if I'm wrong. When you often bought a home through foreclosure, for instance, you'd be handed a seller's disclosure that says unknown, 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 unknown. They know nothing about the property. At that point in time, the realtor would say to their client, we should get the water tested. Or say to the bank, please test the water. We'd like those results. So there have been times where those things are not completed, or they're not filled in. It's to the consumer and to their agent representing them to mitigate that exposure, get the water tested. So it does come up, sir, often in foreclosure of bank-owned properties.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? Seeing no one? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee members. Have a nice day.
Call Brandon Kernan from DES. I apologize. Normally, the DES person is right up after the presenter of the bill, but I messed up the cards. So.
No problem. Thank you, Chairman. I'm Brandon Kernan. I'm the administrator of the Drinking Water and Groundwater Bureau at the Department of Environmental Services. And I'm here to testify on House Bill 205, which would, as we mentioned, would require that when new wells are constructed, that wells be tested for traditional contaminants and PFAS. And then when there's real estate transactions, that there be some form language provided to buyers about concerns about water quality and radon. The department does very much strongly support educating people about identifying and, if necessary, mitigating contaminants in their air and water. It's critical. We recognize with this bill, though, where testing is required for new wells, it does have costs. And already to construct a new well and install a pump, it costs about $12,000 to $25,000. And the testing requirements as proposed here could add another $400 to $800 if you do both the traditional contaminants that people generally would look for and then include PFAS. About 2/3 of that $400 to $800 is associated with the PFAS testing. It is quite expensive. This discussion about costs, it's really a policy question. We think it's important that people know what they're drinking, but mandating the cost is something that I think it's important to have a discussion about. And this very discussion did occur back in 2020, and the House did pass House Bill 667 after working really hard on the bill with industry and collaborating with various stakeholders to get the language where almost everyone could support it. And so it passed the House, but unfortunately, COVID disrupted the legislative session and it never was considered in the Senate. And so that's why 667 did not go forward. PFAS is absolutely a serious and difficult issue for New Hampshire, especially in the southern part of the state where hundreds of square miles of surface water and groundwater is contaminated due to air emissions. It's our population center of the state that's contaminated, essentially. And they have unsafe levels of PFOA above our state standards at this point. And the statistics you heard from Representative Muse are accurate. 30% exceed our standard and 86% are detectable. For that reason, in this bill, I believe there's language on page 3, starting at line 5, that talks about the concern about PFAS in the state with an emphasis on southern New Hampshire. This statement on page 3, starting at line 5, is completely accurate and is alarming. I agree. At this time, we don't have resources from the people that made these chemicals and caused our groundwater and surface water to be contaminated to pay for private well testing. I mean, these PFAS shouldn't be there. You know, it's very unfair that residents are left with having to deal with the cost of sampling and treating for it. But until such time there's resources to sample every well from responsible parties, that's where we're at this point. The good news, as Representative Muse pointed out, that if you do sample your well and you find unsafe levels of PFAS over our state standards, there is a state rebate program to put in treatment for PFAS or to extend your water, if there's an option nearby, to a public water system. So there is a benefit if you do testing. There is a remedy in place and resources for that. And I'll just point out that if this bill does pass, you know, as proposed, it would be a violation of the Safe Drinking Water Act if the testing for new wells or this did not occur. That enforcement of that, of the Safe Drinking Water Act, falls under the Department of Environmental Services, and we could enforce it, but it'd be reactive. We wouldn't have a mechanism in place to make sure everyone is getting their wells tested when there's a new well installed. But if we had inquiries or complaint and found that this was not the case, we would have fining authority. That's not usually what we jump to. You usually work with an entity first to see if they will make it right and do the work that you educate them about the law, and then you work with them to get them to complete the work. Ultimately, if that doesn't happen, there's a pretty large range where fines could be administered, and you look at things such as the severity of the infraction. Did they know about it ahead of time? What was the financial benefit? And there's sort of a process you go through to come up case by case what that actual fine would be. And if the party wants to work out something, a compromise to make it right. So, but there's a long process before we ever get to fining people, really. We would try working with them first. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have first off, do you have any documentation, anything to,
Yes.
other than
We did
any
email
written
out the letter
testimony?
on
Yes.
Monday, but yes.
Okay, yeah, I know, I realize that. Usually you do pass something out. Representative Frung, and then Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my questions, Mr. Kiernan. Now, currently, DES does have I believe it's in statute, that they have to inform well owners within a certain radius of a well that's been found to exceed state PFAS MCLs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So if a new well's being drilled and DS, would they get notice of that? And what happens if that new well that's being drilled falls within that 500 feet radius of a contaminated well?
We would not necessarily get that information if there was an exceedance unless the homeowner or the pump installer provided it to us. The labs don't automatically report exceedances. It's sort of private information at this time, the way it works. Someone samples their well. But if they provided it to us, it would go into our database, our online data viewer, and that 500-foot notification would kick in at that point.
Okay, so follow up. So if the well was already there and shown to be contaminated, or if the well was already there and within 500 feet, DS would take action, but you're saying that DS should not take action on a well that hasn't actually been drilled yet, but is being planned to being drilled.
Well, ideally, when people find elevated levels of contaminants, they would share that data with us, and many times they do, and we do act on it. But there's not a legal requirement that is you as a private owner sample your well. If you have an exceedance, you do not have to necessarily provide that to us unless you're aware of a release of a chemical or something on your property that was illegal itself. But spills and that kind of thing are reportable, but the actual exceedance would not be mandated to be reported to DES.
Okay, just one more final question, Mr. Chair. So what I understand from your testimony early on, you said that you strongly support education and people's awareness of these hazardous substances that may be in a well, but that you don't support the financial impact that this bill would pose to people, because the testing would be $400 to $800 per test. Do you know how that price compares to someone having to get health treatment for any of the diseases that are caused by PFAS or these other elements?
First of all, I didn't mean to come across as not supporting the testing mandate. I think the department acknowledges that's a broader policy decision than it should necessarily have a definitive answer on. We definitely think all wells should be tested for naturally occurring contaminants and PFAS. The naturally occurring contaminants are kind of all of our own responsibility. We live in New Hampshire, it's associated with your property. Unfortunately, PFAS, it's unfair, but right now, the only option really is for the homeowner to pay for that, even though it's not their fault that it's in the water, and we don't like that, but that's how it is.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So you mentioned that it would be a reactive, responding to the violation would be reactive because you don't, for example, know what the testing results would be. But could this language in, section 5, line 6, it says, provide the report to the property owner. Could it also provide the report to DES? DES also, I believe, is notified of all wells that are drilled, and then they could correlate the two?
Yes, that could be a requirement. When a well driller constructs a new well, they have to file a well completion report within 90 days. So theoretically, this could be with that. However, the law, or the bill, I'm sorry, is proposing the pump installer do the testing, which is appropriate because you can't test until you have a pump. And a pump might be installed, 120 days or 180 days after the well's installed. So you might not be able to make the submittal at the same time. But yes, you could submit it, and we could merge the two documents together in our files in our database.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I wanted to follow up on something that Representative Rung had raised, and just to clarify for my own knowledge. So right now, there wouldn't be any grants available to do any of this testing by the pump installer based in whether there might be PFAS or other chemicals in the water.
At this time, there's not a statewide program to test wells for PFAS or traditional contaminants. We are sampling every day private wells for PFAS, responding to contamination events where we see a private well has an exceedance. We draw the 500-foot circle, do notification. With that notification for PFAS, we're offering to sample the well at no cost to the homeowner. And so that's where it's focused right now. And then, as Representative Muse pointed out, we have a pilot project in the Seacoast where a number of Seacoast towns are having private well testing events that PFAS is being included, where testing can occur at no cost. And the goal of that program, which was funded by the Drinking Water Groundwater Trust Fund, is to look at it as a pilot program where we'll report back to the legislature on how a statewide program could be stood up to test for both PFAS and traditional contaminants. Ideally, something like that happened with MTBE could occur, where eventually responsible parties are brought to bear the costs of the damage they did and pay for the cost of sampling wells. And ideally, that's what we do to address this problem. This shouldn't be in our groundwater.
Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Harb for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Prior speaker was asked, can you comment on the methods of a remediation if the well test shows PFAS for a homeowner?
Yes, there's basically 3 approaches for treating PFAS, and there'll be more as we go forward because there's a lot of focus on it. The most common method, if you want to treat all the water in your house, so from the well going into your house, would be granule activated carbon, and that can cost a few $1,000 to $6,000 to remove PFAS in all the water, and then of course you have to maintain it and replace it over time. That only removes PFAS though, and it doesn't address the natural contaminants for the most part. The metals go right through the carbon. Another option is just to treat water at in the kitchen. So you put a little device either in your basement with little hoses that go up to your countertops or underneath your sink, and you can treat your kitchen faucet or the refrigerator water with what we call point of use. So most of the house doesn't have treated water, but where you drink the water or use it for cooking is treated. And you could do carbon there or reverse osmosis. And reverse osmosis only works at that small scale within the kitchen because you waste a lot of water to make clean water, but that actually takes care of most of the natural contaminants in addition to PFAS. So that's a really good choice. And that costs generally about $1,000 if you pay somebody, or if you do it yourself, a few $100s.
Okay. Anyone else? Oh, by the way, it's $1,980.
Should have got more quotes.
Representative Darby, for first,
Thank
second
you.
time.
Very briefly. So section T of the contaminants to be tested for says other per and poly, basically PFAS, that DES finds concerning in the future. Is there any concern that that might be open-ended and lead to increases in testing costs in the future?
I don't think so. I mean, the way it works right now, there's 2 standard methods to test for PFAS, and depending on if you use one or the other, it's 25 to say 37 compounds that can be looked for under the 2 methods. And you can save a little bit of money by asking the lab to only report 4 of the whole set, but you don't save a lot. The labs are set up to run the whole method because that's what we're requiring, and that's what water systems are often doing. So I think as we find out more about PFAS and if we adopt additional standards, it'll just work into the process. It's a matter of adding another chemical standard into the analytical process.
Thanks a lot.
Seeing no other questions? Thank you very much. Moving right along, supporting the bill, Dan Grace from New Hampshire Water Well Association. For 2 minutes. Turn it on. Yep.
There it is. Dan Grace. I'm in the well industry. I was active with House Bill 667 when we first put it through. I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Water Well Association, which is a membership of all of our peers in the industry. I've been active president for, I think, 8 years, so I've gotten a lot of collective information from other folks doing what we do. And I guess the whole idea of this bill really is to just create a standard. As was talked about earlier, that towns, municipalities do require water testing, but some of those requirements are as low as a coliform E. coli bacteria test. And what we've found is many customers call us and say something's wrong with my water, and they don't notice until they see aesthetic staining from a secondary like iron or manganese, and they say, but our water test passed. So when a lack of a better term, naive homeowner buys a house and is told their water passed, they think it's safe to drink. We go in, we look for the water test. None was collected other than a standard bacteria test. So we do a complete comprehensive test, the 14 parameter test that's recommended on this bill, and find that there's elevated arsenic, uranium, radon, other carcinogens, but they were under the safety blanket that their water was safe to drink because it passed the water test that required to see the CO. So we're just trying to round the corners and protect health and human safety, get more people to test this 14 parameter test. The addition of PFAS, the association is not for at this point. We don't feel that the testing is fluent enough. It's a 6 to 8 week lag in getting those results back. There's one New Hampshire lab that does the testing. A lot of these samples are overnighted after collection to get to outsourced labs. I just think there needs to be a refined sense of testing before we get it locked into a bill. So the association is in favor of this bill, House 205, by actually removing the PFAS requirement and just using that map that DES has created online as a indicator to recommend to customers where to test water. Now, out of the 10,000 wells that were tested, and 87% came back with PFAS, I'm not sure where those wells were tested. If they were all tested in the contamination zone, obviously you're going to have a skewed number than if you did it broad across the entire state. Now, my office operates from Canadian border all the way down to the Mass border. We have 3 locations. We've tested a lot for PFAS in those areas and have really come up with very few indications of PFAS in the wells that we've drilled. So adding this to every well that we drill, we just thought is cumbersome for the homeowners. It's expensive, it's time consuming, and we don't know if the technology's there yet. We'd like to get this bill through, as a 14 parameter test, just creating a standard for every new well that's drilled in the state. So we have something to go on and something to start this off.
Any questions by members of the committee? Seeing none? Is it Joanne McIntyre from New Hampshire Realtors?
Good morning. I'm Joni McIntyre. I work as a real estate agent for Coldwell Banker, J. Hampy Associates here in Concord, and I'm president-elect of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. If the legislature chooses to move forward with House Bill 205, then realtors would like to see some changes to the language. I'd like to say, first of all, our goal as a realtor is to inform our clients and not frighten them. The first change on page 2, line 21, related to the changes to RSA 4774A. This reads, most private wells contain harmful contaminants. Realtors would suggest that this language is altered to private wells may contain harmful contaminants. In our discussion with DES, as well as our general knowledge with buyers and sellers, it is not accurate to say that most private wells contain harmful contaminants. It's important that we be precise with our language to ensure that our buyers make informed decisions. On page 3, line 21 through 23, we strongly oppose this provision. When I receive information that contains bold, capitalized text, my understanding is that this highlighted section is the most important data that I've received. In this case, it implies that radon, lead, arsenic, and PFAS are the most important factors in a home purchase. The realtors supply buyers and sellers with 5 pages of disclosures, which you just received, and a 5-page PNS, which has currently the radon, lead, arsenic description. But it also contains language about water, sewer, air quality, insurance, flood insurance, easements, covenants, just a gazillion things. All of these factors are important. Some of them are more important than others. And I don't mean to trivialize the PFAS, but for some people, a buyer moving to Hopkinton who has half a dozen chickens, the PFAS information is important to them, but it's really important to them to be in a neighborhood that does not have covenants prohibiting chickens. So we want to make sure that there's nothing that says this stuff is more important, because for our buyers, there's a myriad of things that are really important to them. In terms of the new PFAS testing requirement in Section 1 of the bill, as well as the new PFAS notification requirement inserted into RSA 477A, we will defer to your better judgment. However, these tests are not inexpensive, and realtors are keenly aware of PFAS contamination in and around Merrimack. This testing requirement will be statewide. Adding several $100s to a well drill is probably fine for most of us. But you should know that it can be a prohibitive burden for some of the residents. You need to weigh mandating a $500 to $700 expense in areas where PFAS may not have been a demonstrated problem. Similarly, we are certainly not opposed to new PFAS language in RSA 477A. However, we do think it's important to remind the legislature that the longer the notification section becomes, the less likely buyers are going to be to read it. I don't know if you've ever heard of TMTR. My sons send me that when I send them a long email. Too much to read. And that really does happen. I have occasions where a buyer or even a seller will say to me, Joni, when is our closing date? That is on your P&S. And they haven't really read it. So we want to be careful not to make those disclosures so long that they don't read them. So again, we leave it to you to best judge if PFAS chemicals pose a similar threat statewide. And finally, we would ask that if this does pass, it would take effect on 1/1/24. This will give us time to inform our members about the change, educate them about the issue, and incorporate it into our forms. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have copies of your suggestions? It would be a lot easier for members of this committee to, or anyone to put in amendments if we didn't have to write them all down listening to you.
Can I send them? Can I email them?
Yeah, oh yeah,
Okay,
that'd be fine. Email it to the committee.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Any questions by members of the committee? Seeing none? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jody Grimless, representing the American Chemistry Council. Suggestions for an amendment? Not for or against.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I received these comments from the American Chemistry Council yesterday, so I don't have it all polished for you yet, but I will also take that advice of putting this in writing and sending it to the committee. The Chemistry Council is a national trade association representing chemistries, plastics manufacturers in the United States, including members here in New Hampshire, but I will note not Saint-Gobain. They're not a member of the association. Our members are committed to the safety of the products and the protection of public health. We're not focused on the policy being included or being proposed in this bill. We're just really looking at the amendments we'd like to suggest focus on the testing and reporting on those PFAS, for which DES already has that process, through the EPA and through the administrative process that DES has. PFAS are a very large class of substances with a wide variety of physical and chemical properties, and so not all PFAS are actually the ones that are problematic, like we've seen in the various PFOA, PFAS, et cetera, et cetera. So I would just make two comments, and I will put this in writing so that you'll have it. On page 2, line, it's little paragraph T, where the section talks about other per and polyfluoroalkyl substances for which DES services establish an MCL pursuant to 485, an ambient groundwater quality standard adopted pursuant to 485C. We would stop the sentence there. The other language about detected and reported to DES in other wells within the same community, we just want to make sure that the testing and the reporting stays the way that it currently does now through the department. That would be our first suggestion. Our second suggestion would be on page 3, line 12. Starting with that last sentence, all per and polyfluoroalkyl substances associated with the testing method should be reported. We would suggest language such as levels of PFOA, PFAS, PFNA, PFHXS, and other PFAS for which the department has established MCLs pursuant to 485 or ambient groundwater quality standard pursuant to 485C should be reported. So we would just kind of like to see the language on testing and reporting stay with what the department has currently. And those are the only suggestions we would make. Again, the policy is up to you. And I would be happy to put this in writing and send it to you. So if you have a subcommittee, you'll have that to consider.
Thank you. Is there any questions by members of the committee?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. And last is Nancy Murphy.
Good morning.
Morning.
Chairman Renzullo and honorable members of the committee. I'm Nancy Murphy from Hillsborough 12. I represent Merrimack, a community of about 28,000 people, which has been highly impacted by PFAS. We're currently dealing with an exceedance of kidney cancer cases that are known to be associated with PFAS exposure. So this bill is particularly important to me. I'm here in support of HB 205 that I see much like both a consumer protection and an informed consent bill. An additional cost of $400 to $800 to include PFAS testing, I would suggest is money very well spent. The cost to individuals and society to deal with the negative health impacts associated with these toxic chemicals far exceeds that amount. I believe new homeowners should receive full disclosure as to what contaminants are present in the well water, as knowledge is power. Homeowners who are informed about the levels of PFAS in their wells that will provide their drinking water will help protect themselves and their families from the health impacts known to be associated with these toxic chemicals. 3/4 of a small amount of private wells tested thus far show the presence of PFAS, and about 1/3 of them have PFAS levels that exceed current state standards. We must keep in mind that current New Hampshire PFAS MCLs far exceed that which would be reflective of the EPA's recently released recommendations regarding levels that are considered, quote, safe. And that health advisory level for at least one of those chemicals is 4 parts per quadrillion, which is it's far less than 1. I'm supportive of any amendment that would be more specific to the negative health impacts of arsenic, radon, and lead, as though I know in Merrimack we too have elevated lead levels in our public schools, whether that's through the faucets, pipes, or whatever. It's important for people to know because of the health impacts of that as well. I just wanted to say that no PFAS, and we know there are at least 12,000 of them right now, no PFAS have been determined safe. So I think any suggestion that they are safe or we only have to worry about some, it would be of great concern to me. I would also suggest that we remember that the American Chemistry Council represents the manufacturers of PFAS. Statewide assistance is available right now for reimbursement to well owners that meet the criterion, which is the exceedance of MCLs and other things. So it's having that rebate to help install filtration if you find that your drinking water exceeds the current MCLs is certainly a benefit. Thank you for your time and attention, and I urge you to vote OTP on HB 205. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions by members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. That's it for the for pink cards. I will close the hearing on House Bill 205 and open the hearing on House Bill 214 relative to limitations on the designation of a portion of the Merrimack River.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will be submitting my pink card. For the record, my name is Representative Rosemary Rung from Hillsborough 12, which is the town of Merrimack. Last year, I happened upon a work committee of resources and learned of the need to amend or modify a current statute which presently puts a lot of restrictions on water removal from the Merrimack River. And when that statute was first drafted, its intent was to protect the water from unnecessary withdrawals and just to establish that as a protection of the river. But we've since learned that those restrictions hamper the flexibility of communities to respond to water quality issues that they may encounter. And I'll bring up PFAS as one example. And the Department of Environmental Services asked for this bill so that it gives them more flexibility to respond to water quality issues that may require a withdrawal from the river. As you'll hear from the department, this bill will not affect and will not create any risk or damage to the Merrimack River. It's just to give the department more flexibility in being able to address and be able to provide for any instances that come up that will require a withdrawal to ensure the health and safety of the public. I am not going to accept any questions on this because I know that Mr. Ted Deers is here from DES and he's the expert on that. So if you do have any questions, if you could hold them for him.
Thank you very much. I will not even ask for questions. Chair recognizes Mr. Deers, DES.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, committee. For the record, my name is Ted Deers. I'm the Assistant Director of the Water Division at the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. And it's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. Still morning? This afternoon, sorry. I'm the one who's sitting between you and lunch, so I'm not going to say a whole lot of words, except to thank Representative Rung. I think she introduced this bill perfectly. It leads us into where this bill is really headed. What I would like to do is to spend just a couple seconds talking about the Rivers Management and Protection Program before I jump in. The Rivers Management Protection Program has been around since about 1988, and it has, what it does is it sets up a local process for people to nominate rivers for the special factors that really make those, the characteristics that make those rivers special. And so this has happened on 19 rivers around the state. And when that happens, they create a local advisory committee, which serves as the eyes and ears for DES in their communities. They're afforded a certain number of new protections on those particular bodies of water. And it opens up a dialogue between the local folks who really care about these rivers and the state, both from a resource perspective as well as from a regulatory perspective. So it's been a great program. It's been very successful over the years. I have that I'll pass out to you here in a second, a little graphic that's sort of a by the numbers kind of graphic that I think it illustrates well the success of this program over the years. This language that you see in front of you in House Bill 214 was the original language that designated the Merrimack River, which was one of the first 5 rivers into the program, the lower Merrimack River in this case, in 1990. At that time, and I started working on in-stream flow and river protection issues not long after this time. At that time, there was concern about the quantity of water in the Merrimack River. There was an EPA initiative that was going on at the time that was really looking at sort of this bi-state river that we have. It starts in New Hampshire and ends in Massachusetts. That there was a lot of concern about water quantity and what was going to happen over time with increasing population. The forecasts for growth, the forecasts for how much water would be consumed, all of that was pointing towards potential problems in the future. So when they initially went through and did this designation, there was concern about the water withdrawals that Pennachuck was doing in the lower part of the Merrimack that provide water to their service area, which includes, areas around Nashua, that part. So this language was put in, and this was long before the state had figured out kind of how are we going to address water withdrawals from surface waters, and how are we going to do that in a way that won't de-water rivers and lets us be able to have a sustainable system. Over time, our program, the Rivers Protection Program, the In-Stream Flow Program, the Water Quality Certification Program, all of these are approaches at DES which allow us to have considerable more sophistication than we had in 1990 as to how we look at water withdrawals. We now have we believe that we have adequate process, adequate ability for the public to have input, and adequate science to be able to address issues wherever they form. Representative Rung also mentioned the challenges with water supply in the southern part of the state, the challenges of MTBE and PFAS. Just some towns have unfortunate geology. They just don't have the kind of water they need to support their population. All of this points towards this regionalization that's going on, which is tremendously exciting. One of the most exciting things that's happened in water in a long time here in New Hampshire. This opportunity to regionalize and to be able to make sure that people have the water where they need it, clean water. So what we'd like, this bill really comes out of a bill that happened in the last session in which the bill did not go forward, but this conversation came up and there wasn't time in the last session to address this issue. But I think that there was consensus around the committee that this was an important thing to do to make sure that there's the flexibility for the future to ensure that we have adequate water supply when we need it and where we need it. So I'm going to stop there and just see if people have any questions. And I have written testimony, and unfortunately I left it on my printer, and my printer would not fit in my car. So I was unable to bring it with me. But I will, it's been emailed to you, and I will bring over copies for you to have next time you meet. So thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions by members of the committee? I'll allow it because you actually were just putting it in for him.
Oh, thank you,
Under
Mr.
normal-
Chair.
Normal conditions, I wouldn't.
Okay, thank you. No, I just want to bring to the attention of the committee that I do believe that we did receive a letter from Commissioner Robert Scott supporting this bill. So it's probably in your inbox.
Or a question? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Super brief question. Representative Rung mentioned that, the limit on the amount of water that could be withdrawn affected how to respond to water quality issues. And I was wondering if you could give us some examples of that.
Yeah, so I think, thank you for the question. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry, I'm going to back up just a little bit, see if I can actually see you as I'm answering your question. I think one of again, this sort of, I want to point towards the southern New Hampshire water project that's brought water down from Manchester down all the way into Salem and throughout that lower area. One of the reasons for that was the failure of wells. And again, some what I call unfortunate geology, is that there are a number of communities that just don't have kind of good access to good volumes of water. So as we've looked at those opportunities, there are a lot of different ways in which that can manifest itself as different communities want to try to improve their water supply, join in on some of these regional approaches. We all are familiar at this point with the challenges of PFAS in places like Merrimack, in places like Litchfield, in other parts of the southern part of that southern tier, that could eventually, it may become more cost effective to actually hook some of those communities and smaller water systems and individual streets up to public water supplies for places. You just heard a bill on private wells. So, that's a place in which if you had a whole bunch of private wells in a certain area, you might want to try to plumb all that. In order to do that, you may need additional water supply. So the way we kind of look at this is that may be an opportunity that you might want to reach towards surface waters in order to provide some of that water supply to those future expansions of those systems that will deal with things like PFAS and other problems in them. So we can't imagine today exactly what that looks like. We know that the Penachuk right now is withdrawing somewhere between 8 and 15 or so million gallons a day out of the Merrimack. So they're not bumping up against this as a limit today. But there's no other legislation like this that I'm aware of in state law. And the other thing is to remember that these aren't necessarily what we call consumptive losses. So when you're taking water out of a river, you're using it, you're treating it, you're putting it back in the river. You're not consuming all of that water. Are there losses? Sure. Some of those losses are to groundwater, which eventually makes it back to the Merrimack River anyway. Even if it's going to septic systems, it's still making its way into the whole regional water system that's bringing that water back to whence it came. So this idea that somehow you would sort of put this arbitrary limit, which is completely arbitrary, on one particular water supply in one particular location, given what we know today, it seems odd. Did I get to the point of your question? I'm sorry if I wandered around too much.
Yeah, that was perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions by members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. Have a good day.
I have no other pink cards. No one wished to speak. Otherwise, I will declare the hearing on House Bill 214 as adjourned, as ended. And that's it for lunch. Now I'll have, we'll be meeting at 1 o'clock. We will resume. Right here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. I'm happy to be with you all this afternoon and hope you had a great lunch. My name is Representative Jessica Grill, and I'm introducing this bill on behalf of Kat McKee. This bill was filed in response to a constituent's concern that New Hampshire was not paying attention to adequate water supply in site planning for new housing developments. As a member of the Hollis Zoning Board of Adjustments, Kat McKee's concerns have been proven correct, unfortunately, and HB 310 seeks to remedy this oversight. Water has long been a commodity that we've been able to take for granted, and sadly, this is no longer the case in New Hampshire. In many instances, even in a state as rich as water as New Hampshire, we're seeing water tables evaporating and great ponds with their first ever algae blooms due to warming conditions. We were surprised to learn that there is no requirement on the state level for a certified hydrologist to be engaged in confirming whether a site is capable of providing adequate water to new homes. Yet this very essential characteristic of housing affects the sale and resale value of properties as well as the habitability of the property. I believe you'll be hearing some examples today of how residents in surrounding neighborhoods are also affected when insufficient planning is done to address the water supply in a given area. Our initial request from this constituent took us through a few twists and turns. We were lucky to receive insight from Brandon Kernan of the Department of Environmental Services Water Division, providing some information about the history of this topic in New Hampshire. He is a professional hydrologist and has deep knowledge of prior state efforts and had a great understanding of where appropriate remedies can be applied in the statute. For example, OLS chose the conveyance of realty statute to make these requested changes, but the Department of Environmental Services says that a requirement to include water planning in a site plan would more likely be made under public safety and land use regulations. With this being said, this bill might need amending for that reason, and we ask that the Resources Committee consider forming a working group to secure additional input from the Department of Environmental Services to get an update on the books as how the need for housing stock increases and developers seek to meet that need. We were unable to secure an amendment prior to Representative McKee going on medical leave, but we would also like to request that if the committee does decide to advance the bill as is, that it modify line 4 to read, developers planning to build more than 4 houses shall include in their site plan a water capacity plan for the area that takes into consideration. The information from the analysis would still be in the hands of local planning boards to do with what they decide at the local level, so this does not impact any of the municipal actions that would be taken. However, this bill requires that that information be secured so that it is available for review. Thank you for your time.
Questions by any members of the committee? Seeing none? Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Robert Clegg, representing the New Hampshire Home Builders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Robert Clegg. I'm not only representing the home builders, I'm also a member, and I'm also a developer. And what I can say that first thought on this bill is, if you pass this, there'll be no more workforce housing. The cost of a hydrologist and whether or not the information is correct is far too much to ever be able to develop and produce workforce housing. We'll tell you that the other problem you would have is every developer would go in, chop up the lots, and checkerboard them so that they can not have to deal with the 4 lots. If you look up at what happened at the lakes from Winnipesaukee, Squam Lake, that's exactly what happened. They checkerboarded everything. So you're not going to be able to do it because people want to be able to afford a house. Builders want to build them, but if you put something like this in place, can't afford it. It's gotten to the point where we can't really afford to do the houses. An affordable house ended up being $500,000 because of all the increases in fees, in materials, and in things that the local towns asked you to do, such as school, roads, and things that they never do. I will tell you that I know for a fact that the water level can be changed simply by taking out a beaver dam. Now, if the beaver dam's not on your property, there's nothing you can do. You're allowed to do it. And within 3 years, you will find what used to be wet is not. I've also seen water flow change by the simple use of dynamite. I've seen a well that was called a live well, and the guy across the street blasted for his foundation, and that live well now ended at his lot, and that water never came across the street. So there's nothing a report can really tell you, and there's nothing a report can show you that, yes, okay, there's enough water for everybody, and then somebody puts in a garden and starts using an excessive amount of water. So all of those things change. Most of us see this as nothing more than a measure in towns that don't want a lot of workforce housing. It's a way to keep it out, because if this was in my town, we wouldn't build. If it was in Hollis, we wouldn't build. I guarantee you Nashua's not going to adopt anything like this, because Nashua actually wants us to build housing that people can afford. This will take that away. As I said, I'm a developer, and I've been doing building since I was 15. I'm 68. So I've been in it a long time, and I can tell you some things work, some things don't. This will never work. Nobody will ever comply. But people like me aren't going to bother to try to subvert the entire law by only building 3 lots and selling the next lots to my kids and then building 3 more. It's not worth my time anymore. But I know that if you want to start housing the people that we need to fill the work positions, don't do this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Questions by any members of the committee? Representative Harb.
Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that the cost would be too much. What is the average cost for a hydrologist test?
As far as we know, we can't get anybody for less than $15,000 to even look at the project. That's what our initial searches said. And they're not guaranteeing that it would go. It would depend on how much detail they would actually have to put. And they also said that they'll offer no guarantees. So if I take their report and I say, here's what it is, the question then becomes, according to my insurance agent, are you responsible if the hydrologist was wrong?
Any further questions? Seeing no one, thank you very much. Chair calls Brandon Kernan, DES.
Thank you. I'm Brandon Kernan, Administrator of the Drinking Water and Groundwater Bureau at the Department of Environmental Services. I'm here to testify on House Bill 310, which would require 2 things. One, that if you have a subdivision of it's going to have more than 4 homes, that you complete a hydrologic analysis to ensure there's an adequate water supply. And then 2, that you also assess for the occurrence of PFAS, we just talked about quite a bit in House Bill 205. The department does have concerns with the bill as proposed, but we do recognize that this topic is important, and this is an opportunity to sort of discuss and collaborate with stakeholders on how we can address concerns where there are some. Our comments on the bill are on the back of the testimony letter that I just passed out. Before we got to this hearing, we did engage with the sponsor and provided a pretty detailed email on how we see the concern about new development and adequate water supply could be addressed. And so we have a very detailed email, even with a model regulation that we were able to provide the sponsor. It's not included, but I'm happy to forward that email to anyone that's interested in. And the reason why we have so much work on this topic is about 12 years ago, the Legislative Groundwater Commission, which was in place from about 2002 to 2010, wanted to look at this, like what's the impact of lots of private wells on the area water supply and what can be done. And what the commission found back then, not DES, but the commission, was that to a large degree, existing local, not state, subdivision and site plan review authorities would allow a municipality, would enable them to address concerns if they had them. And then the commission went on to look at the statute and how it could be tweaked to even clarify that more. And so that's the nature of the email that I provided the sponsor, a very detailed analysis of those existing land use statutes and where tweaks could be made to clarify it. You know, we do agree that any effort to address this topic belongs under land use planning or public health, and some towns are already doing that, requiring studies where they have concerns. In our experience statewide, and I've been with the state for 23 years, I'm only aware of a few instances where there's been a development in a very localized area of town, so not townwide, a very localized area, where you had clusters of homes that had a water quality or quantity problem. You know, 3 to 5 times I can think about that occurring. And so it's important that, you know, towns be enabled to do this, but have a basis for doing it for certain areas of town, because as Senator Clegg mentioned, it is a costly study, and you would see that if you see the model regulation the Groundwater Commission developed. To do a meaningful hydrogeo study to see if you have a viable water supply, you actually have to go and drill wells and pump them and see how multiple wells that you might use in the future interact with each other and what their yields are and if they're sustainable. There's no amount of desktop study that could tell you, you know, if there's adequate water supply in a given area. So it is important that this is able to be done where needed, but not statewide. You know, relative to PFAS, I think for the most part I can reference my testimony in House Bill 205 to save time. It's a serious issue. It's an important issue for the state, and some of the education or possibly testing requirements, depending which way the committee wants to go, would be probably the way to address that versus require an upfront study per this bill. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions by Representative Darby?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So do you know if there is a rule in place that allows municipalities to require this prior to, issuing a building permit?
We're aware of examples where towns have used their subdivision authority or site plan review regulations to build in requirements for water supply studies to make sure the proposed land use is compatible with the proposed development. Generally, they have a basis for that regulation, usually in their master plan, where they've identified an area that might warrant that. It's just not a trivial thing that's required by everybody, but if you have, it's usually a hillside development, one hill that has lots of homes on it that might have untreatable water, the iron's so high, or you may not have viable quantity. But again, those are very few circumstances, but that's what I'm aware of at this point. And then again, the email I could send you, which is a lot of information, shows the statutes, highlights where we think the authority is, but then also shows where you could clarify it more if you wanted to do so.
I think that'd be great. Thank you.
Any other questions by members of the committee? But hey, I know Hill. Representative Healy.
The only question I have, you said it. We found out it was very costly, and you said you had to do quite a while. What's the time frame on a study like this coming out?
You know, I think, theoretically, it could be done in a month, or practically speaking, you're probably talking 6 to 9 months to line up contractors, have site layouts of where wells would go, drill the wells, temporarily set them up with pumps, do the pumping work, collect the data, process the data, and write the report. Yeah, those things tend to take over several months, even though theoretically it could be done in a short period of time.
Any other questions from members of the committee? I have one. Mr. Clegg mentioned a cost associated with doing this kind of study. Is what he said, is that within the ballpark? He said 15,000 or something like that.
I actually think it could be quite a bit higher, especially because it could involve having to drill the wells ahead of time, which might be costs that you spend later on if you go ahead with the development, but it would be costs that would be sunk if you didn't. So each well would be $12,000 to $25,000. You'd maybe drill half the wells to test them. And then hydrogeologists would probably bill out at $150 an hour, and then you'd have to have the temporary pumps installed and people manning the pump test and measuring. So I think it could be $50,000, $100,000 potentially. to do field work. And some towns have done a desktop study where you draw a circle and say, this is how much rain you get, this is how much water is going to be taken, and here's the water budget. But that really doesn't tell you how the water occurs underground and if the wells will be viable and interact in a contentious way with one another once they're all in place.
Any other questions? And members of the committee? Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I understand you correctly, in your view, in the department's view, many of the aspects in this bill are addressed in other bills, the PFAS item.
The PFAS item is certainly addressed in 205, where it would either require testing or at least educate about the importance of testing. That could address the occurrence part of it. As far as water quantity, we think existing law largely gives towns, some towns have required these kind of studies already with existing law, and existing law could be tweaked if people wanted to clarify it even more so that these studies are needed. But again, it should only really be focused on areas where you have known problems. This is something you wouldn't want to require of every development everywhere, because we have few and far between examples where this has occurred. But where it has occurred, it's a real, people feel stranded. They're in $600,000 homes with no viable water supply.
Follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So are there other ways to address it? Like I've read about inline pumps and things like that. Are there ways to address those issues?
Existing problems, or?
Yeah.
So is the question, is there a way to address existing homes that have no water right now, or?
No, other than this specific legislation. You talked about people who are stranded in $600,000 homes with lack of water supply.
Yeah. So
were you talking about low water pressure, or what were you referring to?
Both. I'm aware of developments where people have drilled multiple 1,000-foot wells that don't produce viable water supply, and then I'm aware of a couple instances where neighborhoods have exceedingly high levels of iron and manganese that essentially needs a public water system type treatment system, and not a system that goes in your basement that you typically have. But again, that's just a handful, and that's based on a couple decades of experience in this area.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm in receipt that was drafted by Representative McWilliams, and her change is would amend the introductory paragraph where it says developers planning to build more than 4 houses in a subdivision. She's including the words "or site plan." So does that inclusion, how does that impact the department's position on this bill?
So the department's position in this bill is that its intent is well placed, and what it's trying to accomplish is needed in a few areas, but it needs to be accomplished in a whole nother statute. That you can't tweak the words here, that it needs to be in public health or land use planning statutes. And both those statutes, to a large degree, we feel already enable municipalities to do the things this bill wants to do. But we provided the sponsor additional, one, we highlighted those statutes, and 2, we provided additional language where it could fortify people's understanding that they have this authority. And then 3, we went as far as to provide a model regulation that the towns could implement for those very localized areas where you have known problems. And again, we have all these materials, not because we did it as an agency, but the Groundwater Commission from the legislature 12 years ago asked us to do it. So it's not necessarily a DES product. It's not on our website. It's a remnant of that commission.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions by members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Cushing, is it B, is a B and an A, okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Cushing, the floor is yours.
Bart Cushing. I saw y'all last week at this time. I represent New Hampshire Water Well Board. That's an appointed board of contractors, state people, and citizen member that oversees the industry. I'm past president of New Hampshire Water Well Drillers Association, New England Well Drillers Association, but biggest thing is I'm here actually because of my kids and our industry. My kids I got 2 kids that are with me. We employ 23 people from New Hampshire, local contractor. We drill throughout the state. We're headquartered in Keene. But the reason I'm here is because of my kids, quite frankly. And this bill has concerns, as the one last week, about the viability of our industry and about the viability of our trade. We supply the wells and pumps and maintenance to properties that this would apply to. The few areas of the state that do have water quantity problems don't warrant this regulation. Now, we do work on a lot of hydrogeologic studies. We drill the wells, we do the pump testing, we do the monitoring. Right now, currently, we just got done doing a well for a town, and it was a year in the planning process, small town, Enfield, year in the planning process. They've drilled the well. They still have not done the pump tests. They will have to do a hydrogeologic study, extensive quantity and quality testing for a long period of time. They'll be lucky if they hook that well up in a 2-year and they're in a emergency situation. We have the same thing going on in Bow in a emergency situation. We just did one in South Ware, emergency situation. From start to finish, before they hook these up, it's 2 years. This requirement for just 4-lot subdivision, they want a hydrogeologic study, they want water quantity and quality testing. It's easy to see 2 years. This testing that we're doing on these other jobs, one of the people involved said, well, we just paid $150,000 to drill a well. We don't even know we can hook up. Well, our part of it was about $35,000. But the other part was fees, testing, engineering, etc. So the cost that this would put on just 4 lots and better is a good $100,000 easy to see. If they want to drill the wells in that they could use later on, they have to have the septic systems all done. So in the site planning, say, where's the lot lines? Where's the septic? I didn't notice in here where they said, does this mean all lots of 1 acre or less, 2 acres or less? Or like I'm on our local planning board. We just approved a subdivision of 4 lots, and each of the lots had around 7.5 to 8 acres. So there's no size requirements of this, realizing that the water in New Hampshire is localized. And it also, when you use most of the water, it goes back into the ground. It's not like you pump the water out and it goes away, like a large groundwater withdrawal for Poland Springs. We're shipping it to Wisconsin or New York City, etc. The water comes from the well, goes in the disposal system, it percolates into the ground, and it's replenished. So applying this to the whole state, I think it's extremely onerous and costly. The data does not support this. I think there's around 2,000 to 3,000 wells drilled a year. Some years are a lot more, some years are less. The data does not support this, as Mr. Kernan just said. But anyway, I think it should be a local requirement. As far as the PFA, PFOS, I think that's going to be addressed again at our next hearing. It's been addressed this morning. It's an emerging chemical, just like we had with arsenic and radon. The standards 1 month are one thing, next month they're another thing. And then now with the PFA, PFOS, they started out with 1 contaminant, went to 4, now it's 6. Now they're telling us there's 12,000. We have no infrastructure for testing, much like when radon came. The radon tests were extremely expensive. You could only send them to a lab in Colorado. It was very onerous. The standard went from 10,000 to 2,000 to 7,500 to 4,000, 5,000. Each of our abutting states are different. So I think that one really needs to go back in the percolator about the testing for PFA, PFOS. But the bottom line, I guess I'd say, from our vantage point and the future of my children, who are in this business and our industry. And for the building, affordable housing, I don't see this as warranted at all. 4 lots is a very small threshold, no lot size, small threshold. And in our rural part of New Hampshire where I live over in the Monadnock region. The only thing that will do is really encourage any development will be on long lines, meaning from municipal well sources, you know, from Concord Water, Bow Water, et cetera. That's my comments, and I hope I hope I've been helpful in the discussion.
Any questions by members of the committee? Yes? Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Lamontagne.
And thank you for taking my question. What do you think we could do to ensure that people aren't buying a property and there's no guarantee, there's no water? I mean, how often does that come up? And what do you think we could do about that?
In our area, we have an area in, I'll say Chesterfield, where we know that they have low yielding wells, places in Walpole. Every well contractor knows his local area. So much like a requirement that's come forth when you go to buy a house, that you will have a water quality test, a water quantity test would not be out of line in requesting that. And many lenders do ask for it. And the problem is in water quantity, much like testing, the devil's in the details. Now, on average, we know because we run also water conditioning outfit. We go and test people's water. We know how many gallons per day they use. And generally speaking, a residential house will use easily less than 300 gallons per day, GPD. Remembering that 1 gallon per minute, when I go drill a well for you, I said, great, we got water. I got 1 gallon a minute. And you look at me, not very happy, and you think I just put this gallon jug on your table and said, that's how much water you got to deal with today. Well, there's 1,440 minutes in a day. Theoretically, that well can generate 1,440 gallons in a day. Does that meet the 300 gallon threshold? Yes, it does, easily. So in New Hampshire, under the Water Well Board, we've come up with fact sheets, and it's nice because we work collaboratively with the DES. They said, well, people ask us, what's an adequate volume of water? So we've come up with standards that says a well is a certain number deep, has X number of gallons per minute. But essentially it says if a well can make 600 gallons per day, that is a adequate water supply. Now, does that cover, I want to have a hot tub? I like to drain it every time we use it. I like to irrigate my lawn. I got a big garden, got a couple cows out back, and I like ducks, etc. Does that cover those things? No. But for a single family residence, we have standards. It's 5 gallons a minute for 2 hours, any 24 hours a day. We have these standards, and they are very applicable to solve this problem. When we get asked about that as a well contractor, we have to fill out our reports that says gallons per minute and flow rate. And if they're low flow, it's not uncommon for a customer to say, geez, you did this well in 1998. You show you had 1.75 gallons a minute. I'd like to have a pump test done. Does that answer? That's a long way of answering your question. I hope I did.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I have no other cards. Or any members of the audience interested in speaking? If not, I will close the hearing on House Bill 310. And we will open up and was it 45 at 1:45 or 398.
sharing to get a letter, but maybe got a letter when I'm 70, property ownership thing changed, so the person might not be able to tell you the letter passed. People don't remember to get a letter. I mean, I have people calling me asking me if we ever tested their well, and I'll have an email from them saying, can I ask you about the result? So, just.
What do you think about the well?
Be 667, right?
Open the hearing on House Bill 398 relative to notice of PFAS and other groundwater contamination prior to the sale of real property. And the Chair recognizes Representative Wendy Thomas. Representative, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm here to introduce Bill 398, which would require testing and notification of PFAS and other groundwater contamination in water that is connected with real estate property. This actually dovetails very nicely with the bill that was heard this morning, 205, which is for new wells that are tested. And Representative Wolf asked the question, what happens to existing wells? So this bill would require that for any sale of real estate property, that the water be tested. If it's private well, the water be tested and the potential buyer be notified prior to the sale. The addition that I would also like to include is that if there's contamination in public water, that also be notified to the buyer. That doesn't require testing. That simply means going to the water website, because they're required to test it on a regular basis. Now, why all the big fuss about PFAS? I live in Merrimack, which is, oh, and by the way, I'm Wendy Thomas, and I represent the town of Merrimack. Sorry. I live in the town of Merrimack, and we have an industrial polluter that has been contaminating our town for decades. And I'll just share the personal story that I can put forward to show how important this is. When we first heard about the contamination in our town, the state told us that only the houses that were within a half-mile radius of this corporation needed to worry about contamination to their wells. It didn't take long for the state to realize that it was a bigger problem than that, and they expanded the area of concern to a mile radius around this corporation. My house is 3 miles from this corporation, but I have 6 children. They're adults now. So I went and had our private well tested. The results came back so high that we had to immediately shut our well down. We installed a whole house filtration system with a reverse osmosis in the kitchen. That's all that I would let my kids drink from the reverse osmosis for years. About 3 years ago, this corporation realized that they potentially impacted our wells. They've never really taken responsibility. But for the last 3 years, we've been supplied with bottled water. That's what we drink in our house. We cannot drink our well water. It's too poisonous to drink. The results, even with filtration and everything, the results of having exposure to PFAS in my family for so long, I've recently put down my 4th dog due to cancer. And I don't have the big dogs. I've got the little dogs, the little bedroom slipper dogs. These guys are the canaries in the coal mine. If you talk to people in my town, our cats and dogs are dying left and right. They have little body weight, and they're absorbing a lot of this PFAS. Personally, I thought I was safe. We put in a whole house filtration system with reverse osmosis, been drinking water. In May of 2022, I was diagnosed with cancer. At the advice of the Environmental Working Group, I had my blood tested for PFAS, for 40 PFAS chemicals. I have 12 chemicals in my body that are over the toxic limit that's allowed for humans. My total PFOA chemicals that are associated with breast cancer, I have more than 38 times the toxic level that's allowed for humans. My total PFOS, which are related to ovarian and fallopian cancer, as well as some others, I have more than 99% of Americans do in my body. When I went public with my story in my town, dozens of people reached out to me with their cancer stories. We have a ton of cancer in our town. Not only do we have cancer, but we have autoimmune disease. We have autistic symptoms. We have thyroid issues, we have high cholesterol, we have high blood sugar, and those aren't just inconveniences, those are killer diseases. We have found out that women who drink PFAS water during their pregnancies at the levels that we see in the town of Merrimack have a higher rate of giving birth to babies with autistic symptoms and learning disabilities. So this is not just something that's nice to do. This is protecting the people of New Hampshire and giving them a chance to protect themselves and their children and their families. I will tell you that we are stuck in our house. We cannot sell our house right now. I mentioned earlier, I have 6 children, 6 adult children. Only one is living at home. We have a very large house that we can't sell. Who is going to buy a house with a well that you cannot use the water? Eventually, we're supposed to, at the cost of the corporation, excuse me, we are supposed to be hooked up to public water. The dates on that vary from 2 years from now to 7 years from now. So we have no idea. If I knew our house had contaminated water, I would have never purchased it. And I think that that's the fear of some of the real estate agents. But is the price of selling a house and getting a profit worth potentially giving people lifelong illnesses and cancer? Now, once I've said that, I believe that this bill could be rolled into the one you heard earlier this morning, which was 205. And I understand that you're going to be working on an amendment for that one. I'm not sure they need to be 2 separate bills. I think they can be rolled into one real estate bill where notification of water needs to be done before any transaction, any real estate transaction takes place. And I'm open to any questions.
Any questions by members of the committee? Oh, I just looked down there originally. Representative Darby, then followed by Representative Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for sharing your story, Representative Thomas. Can you help me read this bill? Because I see notification, which basically encourages buyers to test the water, and I see disclosure, which says, I withdraw my question. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong bill.
Reading the wrong one. If you want, I'll come back to you and ask Representative Wolf. Representative Wolf for a question, and I'll return to Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question.
Mhm.
This is a statewide notification bill that will be administered, or what is the penalty if somebody doesn't follow through?
Just like this morning, when we were talking about penalties, I'm not sure. I mean, the penalty would be that I guess you wouldn't buy the property. I mean, there is no penalty. I would like to see one, but I'm not quite sure how you would go ahead and do that. And the reason also this is statewide is because PFAS it flows in water, it flows in air. It's coming to a town near you, if it's not already there.
For a follow-up?
Follow-up, thank you. Well, would it be an appropriate remedy that the Registry of Deeds would not record a deed if that acknowledgement is not included in the deed? Would that be a simple way to do it?
I hadn't thought of that, but that would be a simple way to do it. I agree with you.
Thank you.
Representative Darby for a question.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. So I guess I still need some explanation on 398. because what I read in the existing 477-4A is that shall provide the following notification. And then the language that's added here, starting on line 26 on page 1, is a notification about PFAS, including the buyers encouraged to test. And then the second section, I see that they need to disclose if they've received notification from DES about PFAS. But I don't see, when your testimony started by saying that it requires the water to be tested prior to sale, but I don't see where it says that.
Yeah, the flow of this bill would need a little bit of work. I think we all know that OLS was a little overwhelmed when they were doing some of the bills, and this was supposed to match some of the other bills that were out there, but it doesn't. I actually think the wording of notification in 205 is stronger than this bill. So that's one of the reasons I think both of these bills could be merged. If not, though, if you want to have it as a separate bill, I'd be happy to work on an amendment of it and push this forward as well.
Representative Harb, then Representative Vale.
Thank you, Representative, for taking this question. I asked the question earlier to Representative Muse. Do you have a problem if the effective date of the bill is amended to January 1, 2024?
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Vale, question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Thomas, for taking my question. I'm just wondering if you can walk us through on page 2, from line 5 to 9, where it says disclosure required prior to the execution of any contract. So I'm looking at this. I'm trying to buy a house. Then what?
So you're the buyer?
I'm the buyer.
So the seller would have to provide the testing and the notification. The seller would have to provide testing of the well water. I'm not sure that DES, well, actually, so this bill says that DES would also have a statement, but that would come after the fact. I mean, you can't hold up a house sale for DES to do the notification. So this is primarily the testing.
Thank you.
Any other questions by members of the committee? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, you have a question? Sue?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Thomas. I don't see, this is a notification bill from what I'm reading it. I don't see where there's a requirement for testing in it. Can you point me where it is?
I'm not sure how one could notify without testing. But you're right, it doesn't exactly spell out testing.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Wolf for a question.
Oh.
Thank you. As I read this bill, up till you get to section 2, it's all about making the buyer aware of radon, arsenic, lead, and PFAS was added to an existing bill. So it's an acknowledgement that the buyer has been informed that they are aware that testing is available. Period. The next one is if they have gotten a notice of a problem, then it has to be disclosed to the buyer as well. Am I missing something?
I think the intent of this bill is that going forward in New Hampshire, any real estate transaction must require water testing and notification. And so DES has a water testing profile standard.
Follow up?
For a follow-up?
Thank you. I don't see in this bill anything that says that you have to have your water tested. Am I missing something?
No, I don't think you are, which is why I think this should be rolled in with 205. Because I think the wording on that one is stronger. Or again, if we want to make it, if this standalone. So the intent of this bill is to, as I said, before any real estate transaction in New Hampshire, to have the water tested and have the buyer be made aware of the water results. It doesn't require the seller to remediate anything, to put in a whole house filtration system. That's up to the buyer to decide whether or not they want to do that, or if they want to continue with purchasing the property. But we, as it was alluded to in 205 this morning, we all thought that our water in New Hampshire was clean and safe. In the case of PFAS, you can't smell it, you can't taste it, you can't see it. It's become an issue in certainly in southern New Hampshire, but it's quite a shock to many of us, especially those of us with private wells that thought we were doing the best things for our kids. You know, you've got water, you know, ice water from the glaciers in our wells, that kind of thing. It's a shock to many of us that we have been drinking poisoned water for so long, and we had no idea at all.
Representative McHugh? I have trouble seeing it. All I see is,
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
that light behind you.
Thank you, Representative Thomas, for taking my question. Page 2, line 8. Specifically, the part that refers to an area within 500 feet of the subject real estate. Could that require the seller to research or have knowledge of adjacent properties, and how many different adjacent properties would the seller have to have knowledge and disclose the notification of groundwater contaminations? So like numerous different properties, and how long would that hold up the sale?
That's the Department of Environmental Services is who keeps track of their tested water sites. So to have, so I guess they would have to check that website to see where the contaminated wells are. I do know that in my particular neighborhood, which is an older neighborhood with lots of wells, several households have gotten letters. Whenever they test a well and there's property within 500 feet of that, they're automatically notified. So I'm not sure that that's something the real estate agent would have to do as opposed to the Department of Environmental Services, because that's one of the things they take care of.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
No.
Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Wendy, it sounds like, I'm sorry, Representative Thomas, it sounds like
That's okay.
it sounds like you would be open to working with a subcommittee or working with one of us on an amendment that would, I'm building off of Representative Wolf's questions, that would help the bill look like you want or do what you were hoping it would do.
Yes, I would be very open to it, and I actually like that suggestion of Registry of Deeds having some kind of authorization over this. Again, this is a bill that was recommended by the 737 PFAS Commission. There are some wording issues. I think I think it needs an amendment. That's what I'm going to say. But yes, I would be very open to it. And again, I think it dovetails with 205. I think there could be a way that we could merge the two together into one real estate bill. But if you want this to stand alone, I would be more than happy to work on with you on an amendment on it. Thank you.
Representative. You have your Representative Vale for a question.
Yes, Representative Thomas, You had said from the 737 PFAS Commission. Is that the House Bill 737 Statutory Commission that we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else with a question? Seeing none, I will not look any further.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brandon Kernan, representing DES.
Thank you. I'm Brandon Kernan, Administrator of the Drinking Water and Groundwater Bureau, here to testify on House Bill 398. And our understanding of the bill, it does two things. One, requires that information be provided to homeowners about the importance of addressing PFAS and testing it and about its possible occurrence. And then two, the other part of the bill, which we haven't really talked about this today, is if you are a current homeowner and you're selling your property and in the past you had received a letter from the department saying that there's contamination in a well within 500 feet of your property, that you disclose that you got that letter when on a form to the potential buyer of your home. As far as my testimony, I mean, obviously the department thinks the education is really important for PFAS, and perhaps I can just reference the conversation earlier today for House Bill 205 rather than sort of rehashing that. You know, we obviously think informing people is really important. So I'll spend more time addressing that disclosure requirement. You know, we support the intent, and we think people should know when they're buying a property if there are potential concerns that they want to proactively address as part of that transaction. We are concerned about this disclosure requirement. We think it could provide a false sense of security, and perhaps there's better ways to go about making sure potential buyers are aware of contamination concerns. I'll just outline why. Let me back up a little bit. There is a statute passed back in the early 2000s that says when there's a man-made contaminant over a state standard, an MCL or an ambient groundwater quality standard, that DES has to notify all property owners within 500 feet that result was found in groundwater. And so that happens generally systematically whenever we have an exceedance of just a man-made contaminant, not naturally occurring contaminants like arsenic or uranium. Some of the challenges, though, is that while we send these letters out, we send them out one time. And so properties change hands frequently in some cases. And it may be that, even use PFAS as an example, we started sampling in 2016. We sent letters in 2016 to people that might have had a result nearby above a standard. If that property changed hands, the current property owner who may now be selling the home wouldn't have knowledge of that letter. And so you would not be disclosing it, and someone would have no reason to believe it might be a concern, separate of the education component that we talked about earlier today. The other issue is that standards change over time. When we started sampling in 2016, we were notifying people if they exceeded PFOA and PFOS over 70 parts per trillion, and our standard is now 12 parts per trillion. And so people would not have received that 500-foot letter in that transition period from our old standard to the new standard. So again, you wouldn't be disclosing anything, and it might be a false sense of security. One other thing that happened in southern New Hampshire, which is really unique, the many square mile contamination area, is we did something better than the 500-foot notification. We just offered to sample a bunch of people's wells and saying that there's generally contamination in the area, and we weren't playing around with 500 feet. We were picking large circles, half square miles or half mile radiuses at a time, and kept expanding out. And so while people got letters, it's not a 500-foot letter, so to speak. And so that might cause confusion. Another thing that's important is that, as I mentioned before, we only do notifications for man-made contaminants. It doesn't, and so this wouldn't address the possibility of arsenic being in the groundwater above standard, which about 30% of homes has that challenge, or uranium, or manganese, or radon being elevated. And so again, someone might feel falsely secure by the fact that there's no letter being disclosed to them. And then another one, this is funny to me, but I'm in the business. I'm kind of a water nerd, but people don't remember they get notified. I get a lot of calls routed to me for private wells. I'm not the one administering it, but I get a lot of calls routed to me, and I know how to answer them and where to find information, so I do. But it's funny, people ask why their well was never sampled. And we have a very organized data structure that I can go to any town, any road, any address and quickly see what we have for them, letters or data. And we'll have an email to that person and an email response for the result. And so people are asking why they weren't sampled, and they were. It's just life's chaotic lately and people don't recall. So people would not be disclosing and, forgetting that they forgot, that they did have it done essentially. So that's another issue. And then the mechanism for enforcing this requirement is a question. First of all, how would you do it? And two, how could you really prove someone knowingly didn't disclose a letter? Because again, we have clear examples of people not remembering. We think what we talked about earlier, the education and outreach is important. Recommending testing when people are buying homes is important. And also letting people know they should contact DES if they want to find out about water quality we might have for the address they're buying or nearby addresses. And look at our data mapper. We have a PFAS mapper if we're focusing on PFAS, where you can look at any neighborhood and see the general results. You can't see people's addresses. It grays out if you go in too far because we're trying to protect private information. But ultimately, it is all private information. And if you called us and said, there's a lot of red dots in the area, I want to buy a home, what are the results for this, that, and the other address? It's public information. Public funds were used to buy it, and it's public information, and we would get that to you. Going back to the Registry of Deeds concept, that's a good concept, and historically, that's how we notified people that their property was contaminated and it would transfer to a possible buyer. Historically, our waste sites were like a gas station or a couple-acre industrial site, and maybe a few homes nearby were impacted. And so once you delineated the contamination, we had what we call a groundwater management zone in our rules. In that zone, all the land in that zone had to have the associated the land area with the Registry of Deeds, the lots, recorded that there's an active groundwater management zone until it's cleaned up, at which point the reference to the ground management zone would be removed from that lot with the Registry of Deeds. And that was really effective, and it was manageable because, again, these relatively small sites and just a few lots. We would have tens of thousands of lots right now that we'd have to register with the Registry of Deeds based on the air emissions in southern New Hampshire. And so while this hasn't been put in place yet, I know there's discussions about coming up with some sort of overlay identifying the area of southern New Hampshire that potentially could have been impacted by these regional emissions. And all alternative approaches being pursued because you just can't go and put tens of thousands of recordings of the groundwater management zone in the Registry of Deeds for what we have going on in southern New Hampshire at this point. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, Representative Rung?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kerner, for taking my question. In the letter that you distributed from Commissioner Scott, on the second page, you note that homeowners that have received a notification in the past may not relate the notification they received to the proposed new disclosure requirement. So this brings up two questions of mine. One, is that disclosure or that disclosure notification, is that addressed specifically to that homeowner? Does it just, to whom it may concern?
No, it's specifically addressed to that homeowner. We essentially have a statewide tax map in GIS that has mailing addresses for all the current property owners. And so we can plop a circle right on it and pull the names and mailing addresses, and the letters go right out to them, letting them know within 500 feet you have this result. So it's customized letter, form language for the most part, but it's targeting by name and address who's within 500 feet.
Okay, follow up. So what I'm hearing you say and from this letter is that homeowners may get that personalized first-class letter, but just kind of disregard it. They don't really consider it seriously, so that if they're selling their home and they see that they have to disclose if they've received a letter, it might escape their mind. But I'm having a hard time reconciling that with the expectation that a prospective buyer would know enough to go to DES on their own and look up the map and everything. To me, the homeowner would retain that notification of like, oh, wow, I got this letter. much more than a prospective buyer would say, oh, I need to go to des.nh.gov and look up their mapping. So I'm just having a hard time, if you can help me reconcile those two approaches a buyer and then a seller would have on addressing the need for becoming informed about potential PFAS that might be in their well.
So I definitely think a buyer could be prompted to do that work and would do the work if they were given information on how to do that work up front to look to see what information's in that area. It wouldn't cross their mind if someone didn't suggest it to them. So perhaps through the work of 205 or this bill, something proactive saying we encourage you to look at records of the Department of Environmental Service to see what's available for information in the area. And so that would prompt them. As far as the seller, it's kind of lost on me how people forget these things. But again, I think about water all the time. But I get these calls all the time where people ask why their wells weren't tested, and we did test it, and we have responses for them thanking us. They email us asking somebody, I don't know if it was a company or you guys, tested our well 4 years ago, and I never got the result, and I'm trying to figure it out, and we have the result. We have our correspondence to them. I'm not saying it's going to happen all the time, but I'm saying it's a real issue. As years goes on, it's funny that some people lose track of what happened in the past relative to this issue.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Wolf for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Does DES keep a database of all of these letters that they have sent out? I assume, I refuse to assume. Do they send them out certified, and do they keep a database?
No, we do not send them out certified. As far as the database, we have something akin to the database. It's very organized file directory. We have a directory for every town, and like on a network drive. And then for every town, we have every road in the town, and then you have every subdirectory with the street number. And so within 2 minutes, if you say 10 Brown Hill Road in Bow, I can tell you if we have something or not by just going to that directory like that.
For a
Follow-up.
follow-up.
Thank you. So it would be relatively easy for either a buyer or a seller to contact DES and find out whether the notice has been sent out as in section 2.
Yes.
So, okay.
What would be difficult is if it became a full-time job for someone to answer those inquiries. That could be done, but resources would be needed because we don't have a person available to
Okay.
answer real estate calls all day long right now.
Thank you.
Anyone else with questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Now, Chris Norwood. For New Hampshire Realtors.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for taking my testimony. My name is Chris Norwood. I am a commercial real estate broker, owner of a real estate firm in New Hampshire with offices in Bedford and Portsmouth. I'm also the 2022 chair, 23 chair of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. As written, we're opposed to the bill. However, we certainly, it sounds like there is momentum to create some sort of working group or study group on this, and we're happy to participate in that. I hope to clear up a couple questions that have been raised earlier. So first, we see 2 points in this bill. On the first page, lines 26 through line 2 of the following page is adding an additional notification. So, Representative, I believe the question came up earlier, the distinction between notification and disclosure, and I'll try and be precise with my language today. When I go to inform a seller or a buyer about the difference in our state statute between notification and disclosure, notification I take to mean these things, radon, arsenic, lead, and could potentially be PFAS, are things that exist in the state of New Hampshire. The subject property may or may not have those contaminants, but they exist somewhere in the state of New Hampshire. So relative to the notification piece in this bill, the bold piece, language similar to this, we think could be appropriate. I think we have some concerns when we introduce on line 26 words like common, because there are parts of the state where it is not common. Again, okay, inserting general language of notification. I think the wordsmithing of exactly what goes into that should be looked into. The second section of this bill, where we view it on the second page, line 3 through line 10, is a disclosure. When I talk to buyers and sellers, I use the word disclosure to say a known defect. Do you, Mr. or Mrs. Seller, know about this defect in your property? And to give you a flavor of some of the disclosures that are required, you have, is your property an asbestos dump? RSA 141. Is your property a condo? RSA 356. What type of water do you have? RSA 477. What type of sewer do you have? RSA 477. And those disclosures contain an obligation for the seller to participate in that disclosure. They have to say, do I know this? Yes, no, unknown. When was the last time I had my sewer tested? Yes, no, unknown, date of the sewer test. So the reason I raise that in this second section is where we have some struggle with. I know that there's been some testimony relative to, would a seller remember that they got the letter in the mail? Did they even open it, or did they end up in the wastebasket? And we concur with those. But the other piece, as a practitioner, this disclosure is the only disclosure that I can think of where you are disclosing a deficiency on an adjoining parcel or a parcel further down the street. So you're not disclosing something that is wrong or deficient in your subject property, but rather, again, a well that was tested 500 feet away. And again, I can just go through, asbestos dump. Is your property an asbestos dump? Is your property a condo? What is the water or sewer at your property? So that's the other piece that we're struggling and we're having an issue with. Again, as a whole, I think that the notification piece, we're comfortable with some sort of language to add. I think that is appropriate. And I believe Representative Harb, you mentioned making it effective January 1. That's good for us to train our practitioners, get the 2-year accreditation for all of our instructors and so forth, and the forms to be updated. That's would be very appreciated as well. And I'll accept any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions by any members of the committee? Representative LaMontagne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Most of the discussion has been about testing and notification. Representing the realtors, do you think it should be common practice to put in real estate contracts that if the water is found to be contaminated, that would be a common, or should we put in contingency clauses that would allow someone to back out of the purchase if the water is found to be contaminated?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. I think that so most of my business is on the commercial front. And in our world, I actually sold properties that have had PFAS contamination whereby it was discovered, but the buyer elected to go ahead without any remediation because we were already on municipal water. So the determination was it's a known contaminant, it's in the groundwater. You're not going to drink from the faucet, you're not going to drink from the groundwater because you have it from the municipality. We elected not to get out of the deal. We elected to move ahead. Most contracts have some sort of due diligence clause whereby the buyer and seller agree that the buyer can conduct their diligence. We all know in the last 18 months, the amount of diligence being done is very thin because the market is so hot. But as we have more inventory, the buyers do elect to have a little bit more power, and they are performing those diligence items in the same way that they would perform other property inspections, like a lead paint test if they so choose. I hope that answers the question.
Anyone else with a question? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. All right, so talking about disclosures, we were passed out a disclosure in an earlier bill, which I happen to look at and have a copy online. And the disclosure has a statement now about has your water been tested and what were the results and were there any remediations? Would it be reasonable to add specific questions into that disclosure? Was it tested for PFAS? Was it tested for radon? Things like that.
Thank you, Representative, for having the question. I think that would be fair. I'm trying to think about our specific disclosures and also the notification. These notifications also go within our purchase and sales agreement, the standard forms. Happy to share those with the committee. Relative to your specific question, what makes me more comfortable with that as opposed to the language in the bill is, again, it goes back to knowledge of something that took place on a property that's not your own. And that to me is where I'm wrestling with. It's that you received a letter in the mail on a property that was down the road. You may have not opened the letter. And again, I'm disclosing something that's outside of the four pillars of my meets and bounds. Does that answer the question, Representative?
Yes, and it'd be great if you could forward those notifications that you include in the purchase and sales. Thank you.
Will do.
Anyone else with question? Seeing no one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have no further pink cards. I got them all. Okay. I will close the hearing on House Bill 398 and go right into 2:30. House Bill, open hearing on House Bill 592. Representative Horgan. The chair, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee. This is House Bill 592 relative to buffers around wetlands. As the paperwork states, the bill exempts temporary impacts and small impervious surfaces impact projects from local overlay districts, permits for construction, excavation, or filling near wetlands. Basically allows a property owner to use additional land within the 50-foot of a wetland. And if you would allow me, this bill is submitted on behalf of the Honorable Mr. Campbell, and he is present this afternoon and can make a better presentation than I can, if you will allow me.
Then I will recognize then, if you're finished, I
Step
will
right up.
recognize the Honorable Mr. Campbell.
You got a copy?
I have a copy, yep. I am the Honorable Mr. Campbell. I had the opportunity to serve on Resources, Recreation, and Development, and I hate to say it, it was over 20 years ago now. I was a much younger man then, and it's interesting to see that you're dealing with speed limits on the lakes, disclosures on water quality, and wetlands issues. So my hope is to sort of bring the perspective of why did I file this bill? And part of it was partly because one of the bills I passed when I was a representative on Resources, Recreation, and Development was a definition of a wetland. So prior to 2000, every municipality had their own definition of a wetland, and it varied from town to town. Some would use hydric A soils, some would use hydric Bs, and those areas that were considered a wetland varied greatly from town to town. So what we did in a bipartisan way And I say it was bipartisan because there was people on both sides of the aisle that were for it, and there was people on both sides of the aisle that were against it. So imagine today, 20 years later, if you didn't have a consistent definition of a wetland. I think we can all agree now that that was a good decision 20 years ago. And I can say that that legislation I passed 20 years ago is still the law of the land. So I think we did something right. And this bill is very similar, except that it deals with uplands. And what the problem I'm seeing is because municipalities can't define their wetlands differently, they define the area around their wetlands differently. Now, in the legislation that we passed, we enabled municipalities to define unique features. We enabled them to do additional setbacks from prime wetlands. The bill that I'm attempting to pass now doesn't affect lakes, doesn't affect shoreline protection. Make sure you read the DES comments. It changes no other state permits. It doesn't affect any of the shoreline protection stuff, any of the Great Lakes stuff, any of the prime wetland stuff. What we're really talking about here is just your run-of-the-mill, basic, wetland that's meets the criteria but isn't considered a prime wetland, isn't a bog, isn't a kettle hole, doesn't change any of the New Hampshire heritage requirements for endangered species. None of that would be affected. Essentially, the point of view that I'm coming from is that you can't, in a lot of these towns, cut trees down in these buffers. And that's a problem for me because I'm a solar power developer now. So I build solar trackers. And obviously you need access to the sunlight. So oddly, a lot of towns have adopted ordinances to protect the wetlands. In the name of protecting the wetlands and the water quality and the critters, they've adopted a lot of buffer setbacks. And these buffer setbacks in a lot of ways have become green belts, or they've even become in some towns conservation easements across the entire state, across everyone's property rights. So how do you strike the balance between individual property rights and the need for protecting wetlands? And I think the way you strike that balance is by respecting that you have to meet a minimum threshold of impact, before you have additional conditional overlay districts or conditional use permits. So literally I had to get a conditional use permit in one town because an area where I was mowing, which was within 50 feet of a wetland, cutting the grass, it's a lawn area, happened to be within 50 feet of a wetland, we were going to put a solar base in. The solar base was literally less than 10 square feet of concrete. $6,000 and months later in permitting to get a conditional use permit, I felt was just a little bit overburdensome for what we were doing, given the common sense of there was no measurable drainage impact, there was no change in the lawn other than the very limited temporary 8x8 disturbance that we were doing. So it was just a little bit far reaching. In another town, we were able to get a permit to do an intent to cut, and we were able to file the appropriate permits to cut all the wetlands, but then there was a 25-foot buffer around the whole area of trees that would block our access to the sun. So we had to go through, again, a lengthy conditional use permit process. And there was a process where they said you could have absolutely no building within 25 feet of a wetland. So this is, in my opinion, something that's not enabled under the land use statutes, that if you're trying to protect the wetlands from doing something that you're allowed to do in the wetlands. I have letters here from Dave Price at DES. Essentially, you can cut in wetlands, and some of you might be shocked by that. I can tell you I go to a lot of conservation commissions and a lot of planning boards, and I explain to them that I don't need a state permit to cut the trees in the wetlands. I only need their conditional use permit to cut the trees in the uplands, and they get very angry with me, and they think I'm lying. I send them an email. I tell the planner, call Dave Price. I follow all the state rules. I sat on this committee. I sat on oversight committees with DES. I think I'm a relatively informed guy, although I'll admit I still have a lot to learn. So I hope that you will understand that I'm not trying to supersede any local control. Every local ordinance that's currently written can be written. It probably doesn't need to be changed. The only thing that would happen is you'd have to have 3,000 square feet of impervious impact. And so think of that as like a residential house within 50 feet of the wetlands. Then you would follow all of those additional permitting stuff, all of the additional overlay districts. You're not going to be exempt from local zoning at all. You'd still have to follow local zoning. You just wouldn't have to say, go to the Conservation Commission and say, may I do 1,000 square feet of impact 50 feet away from a wetlands? So it'd be a very limited threshold. And I would submit to you that this is a very good idea because DES wetlands permits use those same thresholds. Essentially, your lowest impact DES wetlands permit is 3,000 square feet to do work in a wetlands. So I didn't pick 3,000 square feet in a vacuum. I said, well, if I'm going to do work in an upland, let's pick 3,000 square feet as the threshold to trigger additional permitting. So all that additional local permitting can stay in place. It just can't be triggered unless a homeowner is doing something that exceeds 3,000 square feet. I watched a neighbor of mine whose uncle came over and popped a stump for him because he had cut a tree down, and then they found out it was 44 feet away from the wetland. Then they had to do an after-the-fact conditional use permit. They had to survey it. They had to do all this, figure out a remediation plan to simply remove one stump. And I would just submit to you that that had no impact on the wetlands, was an unreasonable thing to do. And I don't even think the town meant to be that judicious about it. It was just nonetheless, that's the way their local permit read, so they had to do it when they looked at it. So what I'm asking is that there be a threshold before these additional conditional use permits come in. And I'll speak a little bit to the planning board process. When you go to the planning board and you complete a complete application, you meet the threshold that the planning board can make a decision. So when we meet that threshold, the planning board then says, oh, we can accept the application as complete. And by statute, they have 65 days to give you an answer. That whole process is now out the window because a lot of these planning boards are doing is say, well, sorry, you need a conditional use permit. We need you to go to a third-party volunteer board that's not a legislative body, that doesn't have the power to vote, doesn't have the power to notice people of a public hearing. It's a voluntary board. And you can spend 3 or 4 months in that voluntary board explaining that it's okay to cut trees down in a wetland, and they don't even want to let you cut it down in the uplands. And of course, you need to cut trees down for the solar. The solar will more than generate the power to do that. So this is a private property rights bill. This is a bill that would, like when we defined wetlands, bring a semblance, at least a minimum threshold of what all the municipalities could do when it comes to these wetland setbacks. Remember, there is no wetland setback at the state level. Outside of shoreline protection, outside of great ponds, on a wetland, there is no state requirement for a setback. And you could get a wetlands permit. So on one project, we couldn't build in the buffer, so we had to kick 3 trackers into the wetlands and get a wetlands permit because that was allowed and you could do that. So obviously, I would have rather built them 10, 12 feet into the upland and not into the wetlands. But given that the local body had no administrative remedy, maybe a variance, but there was no unique condition, so they really didn't have to give you a variance. So these things are actually hurting wetlands. And my number one, not my number one, but the thesis that a lot of engineers say to me is when they're doing a wetlands permit, they try really hard to be under 3,000 square feet. So if you're going to build anywhere near a wetlands and there's this magic number, stay 50 feet away and you don't get any local permitting, how many people are going to stay 50 feet away? I would submit everyone because no one wants additional permitting. And I would submit if you had to do work within 50 feet of a wetlands, you would try real hard not to impact more than 3,000 square feet. So I think this will do more to protect the wetlands in the state of New Hampshire. It'll protect property rights by at least saying, here's a level that you know you can go and get a permit. And I think that makes it a bipartisan, hopefully, bipartisan way. And I don't mean necessarily bipartisan, but a way to look at how do we balance property rights and conservation. I've done a lot of conservation over the years. I've given a lot of land to conservation. I've done a lot of conservation developments. I believe in conservation, but I don't think local towns should adopt ordinances that impose a green belt or a conservation easement on your land near wetlands. I think that is a taking of the land. And I think that if you're going to have these additional regulations, you need to have that minimum threshold. I know that there's, obviously opposition to every bill, and I'm sure all the people with orange name tags are going to come up and tell you, oh, the municipal association opposed the bill. And I don't even know if they do. I'm just saying that you would get concerned about anybody who's going to supersede local rights for local control. I'm a live freer guy kind of guy from a small town in Rochester. I believe in local control, but local control should not mean that you have, by ordinance, a green belt on your land. And local control should not mean thousands of dollars and months of additional permitting for minor impacts in an upland, not in a wetland, in an upland. And I can go to DES and I can get a wetlands permit, but I can't go to my local planning board or conservation commission and get a uplands permit. So that's a problem. And I think that it makes sense to strike a compromise at the state level and bring uniformity across all planning boards and all zoning that just says there's a minimum threshold. And I'll leave with this. I'm open to however you want to skin that cat. I picked 3,000 because it was consistent with what wetlands permits do, 3,000, 10,000, 20,000. If you say in the upland you want it to be 2,000 or 1,000, I'm not stuck on that number. I just think there has to be a minimum number, and I think 3,000 is a reasonable number, because if it's less than 3,000, you don't have drainage issues, you don't have, fast runoff, you don't have the things that might impact the wetlands because it's such a small area. So that's the other reason why I picked the 3,000. And I picked the 50-foot setback because that seems to be a popular setback with towns. Most of them do 50 feet. But I will tell you that some towns have 150-foot overlay districts from a regular wetland and literally have told me I can't build within 150 feet. So if you own a 2-acre lot in a commercial zone, which I do, and then I'm told I can't build my additional storage units or my additional solar that I got a variance to build in a non-conforming use because of an overlay district that takes away literally half of my lot, I would submit to you that that's an economic taking and an economic hardship. So if, in that site plan that I have, we don't have any impervious surface within 50 feet. And I've been denied by the planning board and the local conservation commission the ability to do that project. There's no impact other than needing to cut trees down so the solar panels can look out across the sky. There's no permanent impervious surface. There's no temporary disturbances other than cutting the vegetation. So that's a big motivation of why I'm here today, is I'd like to be able to develop that property. And if you pass a state law that says you have to have a minimum impact, or a state law that says if you have no permanent impacts, and I define that in the bill, what a permanent impact is, can read that. If I don't have any of that, then I should have a right to build on my property because I'm 50 feet away from a wetland. And oddly, the same thing applies. I could apply for a wetlands permit to build in the little finger of wetlands, and there wouldn't be a thing they could do about it because there's no conditional use permit. So obviously I don't want to move. I could actually move one of the trackers into the wetland and then make them happy and have a tracker not in their buffer. But that makes no sense to me. I'm hopeful that this committee will take the time. Please meet with me in subcommittee if you want. I see you want to exec this on the 8th. I'm happy to meet with you between now and the 8th. I'm happy to look at amendments. I'm happy to address any of the concerns that other stakeholders rightfully might bring up. But I want to be clear, doesn't change any other state permits. Doesn't prevent local zoning from being in place. It just sets a minimum threshold to get it done. Thank you for your time.
Any questions by members of the committee? Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that there are some activities that you can do within a wetlands that you can't do in the buffer. I think you cite an example of cutting trees. Were there other activities, Mr. Campbell?
Yeah, there's a lot of activities. Pretty much I can do impervious surface in a wetland, and I can do trackers in a wetland. I mean, you have to get a wetlands permit from DES, which is a process, and they do have the ability to say no. But in the case of one of my projects, I have 7 acres of land, about 3 acres of it is upland, and then about 4 acres of it is wetland. So I want to do about what amounts to less than 200 feet of impact in the wetland in order to spread my trackers out and get the sun. So I would submit that that's a very reasonable thing to do. So I can put the concrete base in the underground conduit in the wetland, but I can't put the concrete base in the underground conduit in the upland near the wetland because of local zoning in at least 3 towns that I'm aware of. And it sounds like there might be more towns that I think inadvertently have just gone a little too far. And because you can cut trees down without a permit, the basic justification is, oh, we're protecting the wetlands. You shouldn't cut trees down, but you can cut trees down in the wetland. So how is that an item that you're, enabled to do? And I hate to bring up lawsuits, but I only had one lawsuit in my development career, and it was related to not being able to cut down trees within 15 feet of a property line. And the town was saying, well, we want privacy and we want these trees. We went to court, went to Superior Court. They said, no, that's not a unique feature. It was right after we passed the wetlands ordinance, and they defined trees as a unique feature. And the judge said, no, trees aren't a unique feature, and we live in a state where a lot of people do timber cutting and logging, and it's an industry. And to tell people that they can't cut logs down on these wood lots, they would be able to cut the logs in the wetlands on a wood lot, but not the logs in a buffer. And so cutting is probably the main thing that you can't do in most of these ordinances, but any other construction activity that you can think of, almost without exception, with a wetlands permit, you can do it in the wetlands.
Follow up?
For a follow-up.
Okay, thank you. So, you're raising issues with towns having different requirements for these buffer zones. Have you had any success, or have you tried to influence those towns to change those requirements?
Actually, I've had a lot of success. Dover is in the process of updating their solar ordinance. I brought a solar ordinance that the city of Rochester is bringing online. It's been about a 1-year process, and they had their first public reading 2 days ago. So I would submit to you that it's possible to influence those things at a local level, and I would also submit to you that I think most of those towns have been reasonable and sympathetic. In Rochester, although I blatantly broke their no-cut buffer, because I did it, quite honestly, as part of a timber harvest, and I had no idea, given that I had permits to cut in the wetlands, that I couldn't just cut the lot. We were doing a change of use. The Basel law didn't apply, and we cut it. And then a year later, I go to the planning board, and they're like, what do you mean you cut all the trees? I go, oh, I cut them a year ago. They're like, oh, you can't do that. I'm like, are you serious? So they were very understanding because they knew I wasn't trying to skirt their rules. I just was like jumping into the cold lake when someone told me that I didn't have the right to cut trees and harvest timber on my land. And I'm not saying I'm a logger, but over the years, I've made a little bit of money buying wood lots and cutting the wood lot and selling the wood and then developing it later or selling it. It's a way a lot of people in New Hampshire make a living. And I would submit to you that if you have these greenbelt buffers, even though they have been accommodating for the most part, that you should have a minimum threshold as guidance, just like we have a minimum threshold of the 3 criteria for a wetland. It's the same philosophy. So I hope that you guys will support that philosophy.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, members of the board? Representative Lamontagne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm having a little hard time following what you're saying. You're saying that you can do just about anything in the wetlands, but you still have to get a permit to do it. It's not that you don't go through a process in order to do those activities in the wetland, correct?
Sort of. If I was putting concrete in a wetland and a permanent impervious surface, you would need at least a minimum impact permit. But if I was just cutting trees in a wetland, I would not need a permit. In most wetlands, you can cut. I brought a copy of the administrative rules because I know some people find that hard to believe, and I'm happy to share that with the committee if you need me to. But I would hope that you would trust me when I tell you that, yes, you can cut trees in a wetland without a permit. You just have to use best management practices, which means dry soil conditions, frozen soil conditions, when you cut in a wetland. But you are absolutely allowed under New Hampshire state law to cut trees in a wetland. So you would not need a permit. To answer your question, you would not need a permit to cut trees in a wetland, but you would need a conditional use permit to cut trees in an upland. And some communities have chosen not to issue those conditional use permits, literally on the grounds that we might hurt the wetlands that we can cut. So that's the dilemma that I think we need to set a minimum standard. And in the bill, I do define what a disturbance is, and I define what a temporary disturbance is. So in one town, we looked at a disturbance, and it said basically, cut vegetation, turn soil, have a permanent impact. So like wetlands, I thought that meant wetlands vegetation, seasonal high water table, and soil type. Thus is a wetland. 2 is not. 2 of these is not. You need all 3 to be defined as a wetlands by a wetland scientist. I thought in order to be considered a disturbance in their buffer, you needed to do all 3. And it wasn't clear. The ordinance wasn't clear. The ordinance allowed for timber harvesting to happen in their buffer without a permit. But essentially, I got an administrative decision that said, no, if you cut, you need a conditional use permit. And that's where I think there's a major problem with the state, not just setting down a basic guideline that I hope you can see as reasonable, just like we came together 20 years ago and said that having a definition from a wetland is a reasonable thing. So I think hopefully a definition for a minimum impact before you trigger this additional local land use permitting that you can still do. You just would need to be impacting at least 3,000 square feet before you got that additional permit. Just like in a wetlands, before you have to apply for a permit, you have to be doing more than just cutting trees.
That answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks.
Then turn it off. Is there anyone else wishes to ask a question? If not, is there a question? Oh. Okay, I presume that's not a question. Oh, okay. Nobody asked me.
That's an important question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
All right. I'll call Darlene Forst from Environmental Services.
Representatives, thank you for allowing us an opportunity to speak today. My name is Darlene Forst. I am currently the administrator of the Wetlands Bureau at the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. We did email a letter of testimony to the chair of the committee. Hopefully it was distributed already. I will note there's a typo in that email, and it cites Roman numeral, title Roman numeral X1 XIV. It should be LXIV. I do have corrected copies if anyone feels like that is a matter of great importance, that they want to have a corrected copy before I leave today. That said, what we would like to state today is, having listened to the gentleman's testimony just now, the language that we see in this bill might not do exactly what its intention is. What we see in this bill is language that would not allow a town to regulate any project that has any amount of impact, provided there's less than 3,000 square feet of new impervious that happens within 50 feet of a wetland. Frankly, that is a matter of local control that has nothing to do with the Department of Environmental Services. We are not going to speak to matters of local control. That is a very passionate issue in the state of New Hampshire that many people would like to discuss. We have enough to do. What we would like to ask is, since this does not affect state permitting, and it does not affect the way the state approaches wetlands, it is a matter of local control, it would seem far more transparent if it was located in Title LX1V, whatever Roman numeral that equates to, which is planning and zoning, where local municipalities will expect to find it, where it can be properly, transparent and discussed. So that is that's the sum total of what we would like to say. We do truly believe that, for clarity, this is not a wetlands issue and does not belong in wetland statute, or at least not a state level wetlands issue.
Is there any questions for the witness?
Representative Harv for question.
Thank you. Thank you for taking this question. You mentioned that in this proposed, it talks about the 3,000 feet of permanent impervious impact. Would it make a difference to you if it said 3,000 feet of disturbance?
Doesn't make any difference to the Department of Environmental Services either way, because none of it is within a jurisdictional wetland to us. And it's all about whether or not a town has a right to require a permit or put in an overlay. So our position would again be, this is a matter of local control and should be in planning and zoning statutes.
Thank you.
Anyone else for a question? I have a question in the buffer zones. Are buffer zones part of the wetlands ordinances, wetlands laws of these under your jurisdiction?
So there are two buffers that are allowed under specifically the wetland statute. One is for a period of time, towns who designated prime wetlands had the ability to adopt with that a 100-foot
Right.
prime wetland buffer. There's also the 100-foot tidal buffer zone. Those are the only two state level buffers. I will note this, the reason that we do not require a permit to cut trees in wetlands is because the legislature has not given us the authority to require a permit to cut trees in wetlands. We require permits for construction, excavation, dredge, and fill. I'm sorry, excavation, removal and fill. None of those describe the cutting of trees, so we leave that to the Department of Natural Resources. We just regulate fill for roads. We're not asking for that right now, but the explanation for why that there's a discrepancy there is we don't have that authority. I will also note that I know of nothing within wetlands statute which would prohibit the town from adopting such authority.
Okay. Any other questions for members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay. Margaret Burns from New Hampshire Municipal Association.
Good afternoon. I'm Margaret Burns, the Executive Director, of the Municipal Association, and we are here this afternoon in opposition to House Bill 592. I guess I'd like to start by echoing the prior testimony that the matter involved with this bill is a matter of local control, and that is the main reason for our opposition to the bill. I would also like to agree with prior testimony that should a bill like this pass, it certainly does not belong in RSA Chapter 482. The authority of municipalities to regulate zoning is found in RSA Chapter 674, and 674 Section 17 and 674 Section 21 specifically give municipalities the authority to identify and create regulations that preserve natural resources, and that is part of most zoning ordinances. As I said, the main reason for our opposition is that this would override local control. I believe I heard some testimony earlier that I thought I understood to be that this would not require the rewriting or changing of local zoning ordinances, but there are many municipalities that have enacted local wetlands buffer ordinances that would be impacted by House Bill 592 if it were to pass, and would therefore override their ability at the local level to make these decisions. Many municipalities, as I understand it, do require additional permits for impervious impact projects of less than 100 square feet. I understand that the rationale for these requirements is concern over cumulative impacts of many different projects and what that can mean for the area and for the natural resources. Our municipalities have worked hard to look at and identify natural resources and to pass local ordinances to address these issues, to preserve water quality, other natural resources, wildlife, and all the things that go along with wetlands ordinances and wetlands buffer ordinances. So we would respectfully ask the committee to see this as a local issue, as an issue already addressed in existing law, giving cities and towns the authority to regulate through zoning, and to recommend this bill as inexpedient to legislate. I am happy to take any questions that the committee has, but I would like to note that there are people sitting behind me far more knowledgeable with respect to wetlands ordinances and wetlands buffers who are probably better positioned to answer your specific questions if you have them. And I have submitted written testimony on behalf of the Municipal Association via email earlier today. Thank you.
Any questions by members of the committee? Seeing none? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Barbara Richter from the New Hampshire Association of Conservation Commissions.
Thank you very much for the ability to provide testimony on House Bill 592. My name is Barbara Richter. I'm the Executive Director at the New Hampshire Association of Conservation Commissions. NHACC is a nonprofit organization that serves 217 conservation commissions here in the state. Many of our members, as well as our board, are opposed to House Bill 592. We have concerns that this bill is unclear. It should not be part of RSA 482A, and it also limits municipal rights. Another concern we have is that the language does not address the restoration or best management practices of those temporary impacts. Just because a project is small does not mean that it doesn't cause erosion, siltation, or compacted soils. Often temporary can mean 2 or more years, so there really can be some significant impacts when you're looking at some of these smaller projects. So please vote inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 592. Towns should be able to use a science-based approach in their decision-making, and this bill would limit that power. Loss of wetlands is an increasing threat to our health and our environment. New Hampshire loses approximately 90 acres of wetlands every year, and with that loss is a significant loss in our public benefits as well. Wetlands provide groundwater recharge for our drinking water, floodwater storage, nutrient and toxic filtration, sediment trapping, wildlife habitat, shoreland stabilization, and stormwater management. Currently, and towns really understand this, and they're trying very hard to protect these significant resources. Currently, about 70% of New Hampshire towns have local wetland regulations, and the ones that I have read do allow for forestry and agriculture, so they do permit a lot of the uses that we're concerned about today. Restricting local regulations will come at a cost to New Hampshire municipalities. Right now, House Bill 276 is asking for $25 million to help address cyanobacteria. And if we can't protect our wetlands, we'll just continue to see these increases in need for funding to support our health and well-being. So please vote ITL on House Bill 592. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions by members of the committee?
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you. I'm a former conservation commissioner in Nashville. As I see right now, 7 towns have buffers of less than 50 feet. At least 27 so far that I see have buffers of zones of over 50 feet. My question is, if my town only has a buffer of 25 feet and this is put in place, does now my town have to have a buffer of 50 feet?
I mean, that's a very good question. I'm probably not able to answer that just by reading this, the language in this bill. So it's hard to clarify how that's going to impact those local regulations. So that's why we have this concern.
Thank you.
Are any other questions from members of the committee?
May I add one more
Go ahead.
piece to address? I do understand that solar regulations could be an issue here. And I don't know that a lot of towns are working hard to update their solar regulations or even, create them. Many towns don't have a specific zoning to deal with solar power. And I can understand how that could be a problem, but I don't think it's the wetlands that were at issue here, because there's definitely a need for updated regulations in a lot of communities. And again, solar is one that they're trying hard to kind of keep up to date with. So
Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
thank you.
Sandra Crystal, representing Self.
Good afternoon, Chair Renzullo and members of the committee. I'm here representing myself. I have spent many years on my town's planning board and conservation commission, which I'm both currently on. And I am also a professional wetland scientist. So I'd like to review, I did submit written testimony as well, although it didn't go through the first time, but I'd like to go through that and then I'd make some other points. So I'm writing to express my opposition to House Bill 592, which seeks to significantly reduce the ability of municipalities to protect local wetland resources. This bill undermines the protection of state wetland and surface water resources upon which all of us depend on to live and enjoy what New Hampshire has to offer. Direct impacts to New Hampshire's wetlands and surface waters have been regulated under state law since 1967. In recognition of the significant role wetlands play in protecting water quality and quantity, mitigating floodwaters, and providing wildlife habitat, among other functions. However, wetlands cannot perform these functions effectively without buffers. The upland areas adjacent to wetlands are crucial to many of the functions and values of wetlands and surface waters. While the state's wetlands law, RSA 42A, regulates activities and buffers to some resources, as Ms. Forrest mentioned, RSA 674:21, Roman numeral 1J, authorizes municipalities to enact environmental characteristic zoning to better protect local wetlands and other resources. I'll address a couple of points about the importance of buffers and the not so insignificant issues with temporary impacts. In my letter, there is a diagram from a Connecticut River Joint Commission's publication that illustrates the general distances at which buffers protect certain functions of wetlands and streams. Vegetated buffers intercept sediment, nutrients, pesticides, and other materials in surface runoff. Sediments carry phosphorus, a fertilizer, to our wetlands and surface waters when there are inadequate buffers. For nutrient removal and sediment control functions to protect water quality, according to the diagram and a significant body of research, the buffers needed range from 75 to 125 feet in width. New Hampshire has had increasing cyanobacteria blooms. In 2021, DES issued 32 health advisories and over 40 alerts, which was at that time a record-breaking year for observed blooms. Such blooms are toxic to people and animals and can create taste and odor issues in drinking water. Research indicates that cyanobacteria abundance increases as lake nutrients increase. If the ability to protect wetland buffers that assist in water quality protection, our wetlands, lakes, and streams, and the real estate near them will be negatively affected. House Bill 592's reference to temporary impacts is based on a presumption that temporary impacts are just that. However, this is not accurate. Temporary impacts can create long-term disturbances, which provide an open invitation for invasive plants to move in, even if the area has been revegetated. Invasive plants negatively affect wildlife and can impair the use of our wetlands and other water resources. So I hope the committee will consider House Bill 592 as an expedient to legislate. Thank you. If I may say one more thing before, there was earlier testimony mentioned about tree cutting. I do want to mention that in 2012, planning changes to the 674 restricted planning board's ability to regulate tree cutting And they can only do that as part of subdivision or site plan approval. So outright tree cutting is not restricted except under subdivision and site plan approvals. So that's where buffers can be in place and vegetation non-disturbance can be required. Okay, thank you.
Any questions by members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Chair calls Jason Stock from the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association.
Well, good afternoon. For the record, I'm Jason Stock. I'm with the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. I didn't plan to actually speak on this bill, but the question of tree cutting has come up and buffers and so forth. And as the prior speaker spoke, the state statute was changed, RSA 674-1, Roman 6, which is very clear. It states that planning boards shall not have the authority to regulate timber harvesting except in the case of projects subject to site plan review, or subdivision, excuse me. Those are the two, subdivision or site plan review. This was a piece of legislation that we had worked on. A lot of merchantable timber does grow in what are technically wetlands. When you look at the 3 criteria and you look at certain tree species, red maple's a great example of a tree species that can in fact and does grow in soils that could be considered wetlands. So, and right now, to harvest timber, you can harvest in a wetland legally. You can harvest in the upland as well. If you're going to harvest in the wetland, though, the laws and rules are very clear. You have to do it under frozen or dry conditions. And if there is a channel, if there's a defined channel, you're obligated to get a wetlands permit to cross that channel to access the other side. So if you think of a forest, you think of a brook, you got a defined channel, you either bridge it or you put in a ford of some type to cross that. There's a wetlands permitting process. DES regulates that. We also have forest rangers across the state that also have regulatory authority. So timber harvesting has and does occur in wetlands. It is not uncommon. Like I said, many tree species, red maple, spruce fir, particularly up north. You get up north, you'll see a lot of what are considered technically wetlands. It's merchantable timber. It's been managed for generations. So I wanted to provide that clarity. The last thing I'll mention is that this question about wetlands authority was tested in court. In Rockingham Superior Court, Justice Delker made a decision. I think it was the town of I get my Hamptons confused. I think it was Northampton. There was a town with a wetlands ordinance, had buffers. They went to do just a standard timber sale. Their forester ran into the town, came in and issued a cease and desist. The landowner, in this case, Ron and Nancy Bottom, decided to challenge the ordinance. It went to the Rockingham Superior Court, and Justice Delker couldn't be any clearer. He actually issued. He said that the ordinance did not have standing as pursuant to 674, and in fact, he issued a writ of mandamus, in this case, for the town to sign the intent to cut so that they could begin harvesting. So, which is a writ of mandamus is usually a pretty intense order for a judge to actually sit and tell a town, order them to do something. So this law is on the books and it has been tested. Timber harvesting, it's an ephemeral activity. It comes, it goes, the trees grow back, and we actually have landowners that will manage land in wetlands for wildlife to create new growth for. Yes, we do have members that want to attract beavers to their property and they want to get saplings up because that's what beavers like to eat. So With that, I'll conclude my testimony and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the Representative Darby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So you're cutting in these wetlands. You have to cross these buffers to get to the wetlands. True? So how do you work with the local towns to get permission to cross the buffers?
Great question. The buffers are considered uplands, and so the buffer areas, and this is where I think some of the confusion's coming in. The buffers deal with projects that are typically associated with site plan review or subdivision. Forestry, and as you heard in some of the prior speakers, on these wetlands overlay districts, towns across the state are crystal clear. Traditional uses such as ag and forestry, you're not obligated to get an approval or permission to do forest management in these areas. So the short answer to your question is you're not obligated to, and most landowners don't get permission because they don't need to. It's part of their forestry project.
Thanks a lot.
Any other questions? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Arnold, final card is Carol Foss, New Hampshire Audubon.
Good afternoon, Chair Zulu and members of the committee. My name is Carol Foss. I'm Senior Advisor for Science and Policy at New Hampshire Audubon. I do have written testimony that I will hand out, and I don't want to reiterate testimony that you've already heard, but I will keep it brief and just say that regardless of which law this might wind up amending, small impacts to wetland buffers can have large consequences downstream, and temporary impacts to buffers can have long-term consequences. And I will leave it at that and leave you with my written testimony. Thank you.
Are there any questions by members of the committee? Seeing none, can allow you to ask you to pass out you had something to pass out? Okay. I'll wait before. Yes, sure. Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me, Ms.
Carol,
Foss, can I ask you a question?
I have one more.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I just want to clarify for the record. So you are opposed to?
Correct.
the
I'm
bill.
sorry.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, is it possible for us to get a summary of what the sign-ins were? Oh, okay. Well, speaking for myself, I do check the portal on my own, but I know that it has been practice of the committee in the past to give a summary of the blue sign-ins.
Yeah, or you bring them up or read them out, or made them in effect, bring them all up. I'll read them all into the record.
Mr. Chair, I just checked the online testimony for this bill that we were just working on, and that one is 135 to 5. Thank you.
House Bill 186 is none.
I'll just give you the number, is on House Bill, well, this is let me. House Bill 205, there was there was 4 people signing, 2 people are pro, and 2 were neither pro or con. On House Bill 214, no people signing. House Bill 310, 2 people con and 1 person no, not for or against. On 398, there were 3 people signing, 1 pro, 1 con, and 1 no comment. And finally, on 592, there was 1 person pro, 3 person con, and 1 person right in the middle, no comment. That's it. Anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did say 135, but I didn't say that there was 135 that oppose and 5 that support on that bill.
Okay.
And if there are other ones that you want me to look at
No, I think,
for the electronic.
no, they should have been done with the I should have done them, but, everybody wants to leave, so.
Thank you.
I will declare the hearing adjourned, as seeing that no other pink cards. Hearing is adjourned. Okay, folks, tomorrow we have our session, right?
Sir.
Are we all ready? You know where your chair, you know where your seats are? Yes. You can leave them right here.
Okay.
Oh, you're gonna pick them up? Oh, I'm sorry.